How you guys doing? All right. That should be that working. Ding ding. Ugh. All right. SPX. Absurd. Very interesting. VIX big dive down. All right. Was anybody able to actually sell some calls at the top this morning on SPX? I placed 12 different orders and I was able to sell 2 calls. Nice. Yeah. On my 428, 450, 4,000 puts safe, 30% down. I mean, they're not safe. I'm not going to tell you they're safe. Should you have probably hedged last night? Yeah. Um, I understand you're over leveraged. I mean, you have more than enough theta to make it through SLD. You're not, the 4,000s are tricky. The 4050s aren't so far out of the money that, they can't go in the money. The 4,000s, we could test 4,000 and bounce off of it. From our current level, if we were to stay in this range, SLD brings us down to roughly 4070 to like 4030. I don't think we'll stay in this range. I think this morning's like bull reaction was a bit overdone. So I'm not super worried just yet. SLD starts next Wednesday on the 19th. Not at the top, but I set a stop limit around $5 down. Um, this one's dog shit. Which one was I supposed to be using? Hold on 1 second. My charts are all fucked up because I closed TradingView. I hate TradingView's save function. It's actually dog shit. Um, okay. Okay. All right. Upstart CC's got a sign this morning. I should sell some more on that. Why did TradingView hide the freaking log button? You have to right click the side of the chart and turn on log. Will the Fed minutes tell us anything interesting? We'll get the dot plot from the Fed, but I think that's the only moderately interesting thing. Why is everybody getting assigned to scut me? I'm sorry, Dork. I'm such a fucking cuck. I can't promise it's gonna get better. Damn, Nvidia dumped super fucking hard. Holy shit. What the fuck happened there? Is it still dropping? Nasdaq's up like 60 BPS this morning. Is Nasdaq tanking? Hold on. Fuck chart is this? I have like charts on here that I didn't even I've never opened. Oh, yeah, Nasdaq is shitting the bed. Not as resilient without the oil pricing as SPX. NQ just sold off like 20K contracts. ES is a little more stable, unfortunately. So call side profitability spiked massively this morning. I wonder if that's just going to lead to capitulation on the call side. I didn't even get a chance to look at Gamma yet. It wasn't loading up. I'll try to get that. Let me see if it loads, but I'll try to get that over in the Discord for you guys. Okay. So a little bit of support here at 41.25. Oh shit. Here's today's. All right. Is regard strength really a thing? Oh, because the market's up? We'll see what happens. I'd be a little patient with it. The data this morning wasn't very bullish. Inflation's continuing to rise month over month. Year over year inflation was already expected to be down, right? So for swaps, we're pricing in 5.1%, which I talked about like on Sunday. With a that's so only point it beat by 0.1 versus what inflation swaps are already pricing in, right? So the year over year wasn't like a big surprise. And then core is rising, which means the more stable components of the inflation index are continuing to surge ahead, and now they're moving ahead at a faster pace than the more volatile components, right? Which means that we're starting to see evidence of strongly entrenched inflation. And this is, I mean, if I'm not mistaken, I wasn't there at the time, and some of the data is a bit hard to find, but this is what happened with Volcker. The risk of entrenched inflation became very high, and the Fed needed to aggressively tackle price stability in order to stagflation, in order to prevent inflation from becoming entrenched at an extremely high rate. Discord was straight panic this morning. It was great. Nice. Well, SPX now in a much more normal range, falling back to about where we started to sell off yesterday. I don't think the gap fills out of the question here. Nasdaq's continuing to drop. Strongly entrenched inflation, saying like 6,000 days of chop. Maybe. Is it like news? No, no news on NVIDIA. That's really weird. It was like seriously outpacing the drop on QQQ. I mean, I love it. Don't get me wrong. I hope it persists until NVIDIA's $100. But I want to know why. You're right, really good, real good in your daily DDs. Thanks, man. What would a Volcker watermark on the Fed minutes do to the minute markets? Especially if it was an etching type style. Are you going to try to hack in and add one? It's the drop on QQQ. QQQ is up 12% today, though. Yeah, this is. We're getting a pretty decent amount of call side capitulation from open here, but call profitability is still up pretty high over the time series. Let me see something here. That's not super bearish yet, right? That looks about the same. 6,000 Days of Chop was my novella about a young chef with diamonds in his eyes. He goes to New York with the hopes of getting a Michelin star at the restaurant he's opening in the Bronx. Lots of chatter about war between Taiwan and China. People should be chattering more. It's big news. Did you know that China's only 160 kilometers from the fucking coast of Taiwan? They're right there. They can see them. Fear and panic. Ah. NVIDIA wants a new 4070 GPU at $599, but I doubt that's why the drop. Well, they might not be able to make it. When puts eyeing 4110 gap, I already have puts. Remember? From last night. Straddles, baby. Yeah, just fucking slam right through gamma neutral. You fucking overvalued bitch. Speaking of which, where is gamma neutral? Ooh, 262. It's trying to run away. Bobo drilling. I know I have pets. Yeah, how hard it is to swim 160 kilometers. I've never had to do that. I don't live in China. Where's the downside target on Baba? Oh, my next price target to the downside is, hold on. The short term, the next one to the, well, we're at one right now at 95.59. The next one to the downside, hold on, is actually it's the trend in the horizontal intersect. Like $90.11. After that, 88 and 85, then 78, 73. We just needed some height. Exactly. I got rejected hard off 162 again. Yeah, those bear call spreads I sold are basically. I'm just convinced that Apple will never be worth. I sold a lot of those. I'm just kind of convinced Apple's never going to be a hold above 165 again, or at least not for the next 3 months. Your 500th daily stream is just around the corner. Is it? Jesus, I've done this shit too much. You know, the Redditors on Twitter are right. I should just quit. Can you tell Jimmy to dive for a bit so I can get out of my underwater cover calls? Don't worry. Jimmy's very good at doing that. Still 2 more days. Today and tomorrow for ETF FTDs. What is the 2-year anniversary? I don't know. I try not to pay attention to when I started this. Yesterday, NVIDIA closed down. If we break GN, we could see ETF speculator selling. Maybe also long capitulation. Oh, I think we're already seeing some long capitulation. This fucking drop was intense. You know what? Fuck it. What's today? The 12th? JP Morgan calls managing directors into office 5 days a week. It's because they've got to buy the dip, right? Redditors on Twitter have never once been right, Gherk. I know. They're really unabashedly stupid. What are the implications of people nuking 300k calls end of day yesterday? You mentioned someone was flipping long vol. I didn't say someone was flipping long vol. JFresh might have said that. But I need to do a wellness check on him. He's been short for too long. It's getting to him. The bear suit's very itchy. How about SPX? Can you tell it to die too? It's working on it. Just want to say thanks. Instead of freaking out and panic selling my puts, I just drank my coffee and watched them slowly come back to life. Nice. Dang, Pickle Man, I was working my day job and I heard you say NVIDIA is tanking. Grabbed me 10 2DT puts, followed with a stop. Made like $780 in 5 minutes. I guess I'll keep my membership another month. My good bean. Congratulations, man. Good job, dude. I'm confused looking at the market. Was this a good CPI report or bad CPI report? It was bad. It was a bad CPI report. Don't worry. There's fund managers out there who are also confused. Stop saying stagflation, Jork. It's not too late for JPOW to save the day. No? You're just mad. You just want me to lose all my money, don't you? Bastard. Can one selling CCS and buy them back on the same day repeatedly and not get any violations? I think you can get PDT violations. I don't know. Why do people ask me questions about this stuff? I don't have accounts with no money in them. I don't know how that feels. Can I do that without receiving any violations all day? Although I'd assume in a cash account, yeah, you'd run into a free ride violation eventually. And what does the banana cost? Like $20? No, I'm just accounting for inflation. Draxx, I hope you're well. How much would it be to add the GN to the morning DD for NVIDIA? Could you do that going forward? At least until we break it. There. Just for you, Draxx. Missed Ko-Fi? What? I didn't miss the Ko-Fi. Banana on top of a 12-ounce ribeye steak is $20. That can't be true. I had a 14-ounce ribeye steak the other night, and it was like $107. All right, I think it's time for you to prove the pores that it's all your talent. 5K account to 25K competition. Show the pores it can be done. They already know it can be done. Every single one of them has turned $1,000 into $10,000 and then lost it all. That's why they're still here. They're chasing the dragon. Are you the guy that orders like 5 sides at a steakhouse? No, I had a Caesar salad, a steak, and a cream spinach. 2 sides, I guess. I had some scotch. But the steak itself was $107. I turned 100 into 30K and lost it all. I've turned hundreds into 10,000 so many times. Just try to hold on to the money when you make it, right? Like if you turn $100 into $10,000, maybe take like $5,000 and put it in a thing that you're not gonna just lose, right? Like buy like a fucking oil company or health insurer or something like that, you know? Then gamble the other 5 grand. And then when you lose the other 5 grand, you know, you can start with $100 again. Hmm. Yeah, I don't think this is quite done yet. Is the wrong settings? I feel like everything here is all wrong. One minute. 90. Okay. Um, calls are getting shit on right now. All right. Sorry, I just had to adjust some settings here. It should be good now. Pay some debt. We go from Jimmy to Bobby to Rev, then to Upstart in that order. I had a dream last night. I was chilling with Buffett. He was cool, but I was giving him a heads up on the regulatory risk of some Canadian health insurance companies. Nice. I want to see 4080 end of day on futures. I'm asking for a lot. You are. Asking for quite a lot. Very quickly, too. Futures is bouncing off of its... Where do I have that set? Sorry, all of my charts got changed because the fucking TradingView auto-saved. Is that the 1.25? So futures, yeah, futures finding a little bit of support on the 1.25. I can show you guys. Standard deviation here. After getting rejected on the 1.75. So, which I should probably just set to 2. Hold on. I don't know why I have this set up like this. This 1.75 is better. Maybe that's why. Okay. Anyway, this bounce looks kind of weak. But so was every other bounce for like the last 2 weeks. Check it out on the 5-minute where it's a little less impressive. It does have some volume though. So I'll probably have to wait for this to break down before we see any more downside or fill that gap. Right now we have a bit of a bump and run. But not quite. Like it failed and then trended back in. So this looks kind of like a weak recovery, right? Are you expecting Jimmy to drop like a rock after tomorrow? Well, the way the liquidity works with ETF FTDs is like the first day liquidity is really bad, right? So the first day they come in, you can really see some price performance. But then the next day, they have all the extra liquidity unlocked from the first day, right? So, think of the ETFs are like they now have a +1 modifier, right? And then like on the third day they have a +2. And then after that they can short the fuck out of it. Between like the third and sixth day, the ETFs are like liquidity is almost fully restored. And then they're just bleeding off like the rest of the obligations, which are usually significantly less. ECB's Holzman, ECB may be able to accelerate QT from July. Okay. I've decided to test your theory of 5K to 21K to 5K. My weekly NVIDIA 550p. Call it a double degen study. Oh, Jesus. Low price target for GME. I mean, provided nothing happens in April, I think there's a possibility that we see it move back down towards like the $16 range. We're going to grind up again and then tank in the last 30 minutes of the day. We definitely still have a little more upside available. Yeah, not a lot. What's VIX looking like? VIX is at about 1866. I should have some 0DT information now too. So 0DTs are still pretty stacked to the call side, but it looks like our support's at 41.25, 41.20. There's not a ton of interest at like 41.35 through 50. 41.40, I guess, has a little bit. Puts are coming in lightly. Still very light on the put side. So we may just stagnate a bit in this range. Don't forget PPIs tomorrow. And then we have the Fed minutes later today. Which the market doesn't need to react to, but it likes to react to. Why did VIX shoot up so hard when SPY and FUTS went up in the pre-market? Could have been opening puts. Good time for some puts on AMD with Theta. I already have some. Were they bought a little early? Probably. Not terrible. What price are you targeting? That's kind of more important. What are the dates when they can pummel Jimmy back down? Well, after today, it starts to get a little more slippery. Today's the last big spike of ETF FTDs, and it's only like 500,000. It could even be into the end of today. Am I shadow banned? I don't think so. I think bank earnings Friday and Monday will have the most significant impact. They could, and especially if they're bad. Is there a high probability CPI and Fed minutes are bearish? I mean, CPI was already bearish. The Fed minutes aren't going to be any more bearish than they already were. When you got a sec, any opinion on Delta Airlines earnings PM tomorrow? And I'm bullish. I mean, I generally don't play earnings. I can take a look. Well, it looks like you're not the only one who's bullish. Estimates for quarter one are down, but airlines generally do worse. Like their worst quarter is quarter one, so they may still miss the estimates. Profit margins don't seem to be slumping very much. Free cash flow has been trending down. It looks like they've picked up about $8 billion in assets. Revenues have been moving. I don't know. It looks like it could kind of swing either way. I wouldn't say I'm very bullish on it, or I would be very bullish on it. I mean, a cursory glance at their financials, they don't look very impressive going into quarter one. They're not a company I've like researched heavily recently. Did someone say maybe like if you're bullish, maybe like spreads so you don't get fucking destroyed if you're wrong? $90 strike, 519 for AMD puts. That doesn't seem so bad. I mean that seems just kind of like an SLD position. Are you gonna roll up or out your SPX 4000P for April 21? Do you have any of those left? I have a couple left. 4,000. Maybe, but not yet. FRC earnings after hours today. Oh, so you keep ignoring me? Cool. No. Maybe you just didn't see your chat. Jesus. What a dick. Are you collecting more longer dated SPX puts with VIX down after the CPI print? I might. I do like the price range we're in. I probably want to see if we climb a little bit higher today though before I do anything drastic. Yes, it's still kind of bouncing up a little bit. It's starting to lose some volume here. Maybe I'll look at like some. I don't want to buy so far out as May 19. Uh, Maybe I do. Let me think. Yeah, I might want some like 4,039.50 for May. I might pick some of those. I might pick something up like that this week. Are you collecting more longer dated SPX puts with VIX down after the CPI print? 4130. Can we drop to $15 now? On what? On GME? Gherkin ignores me every day. That's how I know he cares. There's like fucking 800 people in here. You know, I'm gonna miss shit in the chat. I'm also trying to do my job at the same time. Literally all I heard was "I love you, Carl." Oh god. I don't hate you as much as I should. Dixie tanking bullish for the market, right? That's how that should work. No, not really. $15 on SPY? That would be phenomenal. If that could happen right now. Does anyone here trade with Quest Trade? No. I hate Carl. I know you do, JT Aquila. But what would you talk about if you didn't? Okay, so futures failed at 41.55. Hmm. It still hasn't really shifted its trend. That's getting a little more bearish. Okay. I guess we'll see how this goes. Nothing? It's my whole personality. I know. It's consumed you. So many people are piling into gold because of their immense confidence in the market, right? Right? That's when everyone piles into gold, when they're like, wow, the economy has never been doing better. I'm gonna buy all these shiny rocks. Emergency exit was in the Discord last night. Twitter's trading space is getting too bullish. That's why I still hold my short position on SPY, although it's getting painful. I feel you. Watching people in Wish melt down, posting about $300 average after RS today, and it's down 20%. Yeah. U.S. Energy Secretary Granholm says the U.S. wants to bring strategic petroleum reserve back to pre-Ukraine war levels. Inflation solved. Did oil just go up because he said that? Oil's just going up because he said that. Okay, I mean, you got to realize something about sentiment here, right? No one's no one's running into market crashes full bull, generally speaking, right? Move your quest trade to IBKR to save on fees. 15 to trade versus like 150. What do you mean? I mean, like there's always this assumption that you need to inverse like sentiment, right? Like everyone's like, oh, everyone's too bullish, I should be bearish, or everyone's too bearish, I should be bullish, and then it flip flops back and forth and back and forth. Um, but like, every institutional money flow has been pretty obvious between every major market correction or crash, right? Like, informed investors are always well aware of the risk. Like in 2008, everyone knew everything was going to shit long before the market crashed. People were bearish for a long time. People were very bearish going into the COVID crash. The overall bearish sentiment and increased fear are what can propagate a market crash. Nope, only Steve Carell and his ragtag group of traders knew. Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah, institutional money's been going into bonds. It's been going into repo. Jesus Christ, the Dixie's down to 101. That is not good for the price of oil. But JPow's already said soft landing. He could get fired. If we do crash, is single digit prices for Upstart unrealistic? No, not in a crash. It's just like it's like two of the stupidest things investors say, or especially traders, is everyone is 2x, whether that be bearish or bullish. Or I need to inverse myself. People love saying these two things. It's really common. It existed long before meme stocks. Um, they're both just factually inaccurate. If everyone is bullish, you should probably be bullish too. Just practice more restraint, right? If everyone is bearish, you should also be bearish. Or at least consider why everyone is bearish, right? You can't inverse yourself. It's impossible. The mere act of inversing yourself has left you with another option to inverse the inversion. Where are the likes today? I don't know. Are they not there on the stream? The market's not down sufficiently for people to like the stream yet. You have to wait, I guess. I mean, I do straddle every night. It's amazing. What about everyone is too bullish, therefore I'm bearish, but I'm going to inverse myself, so I'm now bullish? Jesus fucking Christ. Was it inversing yourself hedging? Not always. That kind of depends on what position you have. But I guess you could make that argument. It depends on how much you hedge. What's up, Girk Berry here? I looked at the markets menu and I'd like to order the special multiple 100 BPS moves today, please, and thank you. Touches hips, kisses chef's lips. Thanks, Barry. Noted. What's your favorite steakhouse? I really like Old Homestead. Like, if I'm just gonna go to one to eat, they don't overdo it, and they have really good steak. Just tell people that inversing yourself when you want to trade is to just not trade. Problem solved. Let's pop in to say hi and drop a like. Hey, Average Joe, I gotta go back to work now. Have a nice day. That's both awesome and sad. You too. Inversing yourself is just when you decide to flip your position at the worst possible moment for both your current position and your new position. Yeah. Have you seen season 3 of Barry? Yeah. It is a terrific show. No, I don't put ketchup on my steak. That's disgusting. Do you have any general predictions of the market going into May and June? I don't think quarter 1 earnings are going to be very good. I think the market's PE will start to fall off if we don't have any other big events between now and then. Today's gonna be another flat and boring day, isn't it? I don't think so. Volumes are much better today. It's going to get flat and boring towards the end of the day. But SPY's already at 18 million volume. And we're like not even an hour into the day, so it looks like it's going to be at least a little more interesting. Yeah, we just got a nice rejection on futures. People just need to be patient. Gork went down? Nah, not yet. Well, getting close on the 1 minute. With 15 on the daily, still look like they have a little bit of bullish momentum left. It's dwindling. Ugh. I just sold $19 cover calls on GME for $5.26 for 42 points credit. Nice. The bulls are being mean to me on the Discord. Okay. Aside from China invading Taiwan, it seems like any downside we will see will be slow and drawn out. Time to roll May's and June's up and out. That's already a lot of time. How drawn out do you think it's going to be? If you're being offered the entire year worth of theta for no price change, do you just take it? What? Nice try, Ryan. Yep, bears do have to be patient. SPX looks like it's starting to fail 41.20 on the 15-minute though, which is nice. Hmm. Is it like a double top? It's a little bit higher today, right? We see how positioning starting to look. We're getting call capitulation here. Oh, yeah. Quite a bit of call capitulation on the 0DTE side for out of the money calls. Let's see how the longer time frames are looking, I guess. Looks like 41.50, 41.60, 41.40 all selling off. So the upside range is pulling back really hard. 41.30 and 41.35 have sold off a little bit. And the money calls are staying moderately strong at 41.15 and 41.10, but they're slipping out of the money really quickly. So maybe they're closing right now. I just don't have the updated data. That gamma all expirations is looking a little more muted on the long side. That gamma change. Ooh. So big sold calls. Looks like 42.50, 4300, 4320. Big sold calls kind of all the way up to 4500. The 4140 strike is selling off on the longer term time frame. Yeah, the call side's kind of falling off on 421 expiration a bit. It's down by about half. Let me look at May 19, where all that call side interest was stacking up. Oh yeah. Yeah, May 19's gotten fucking squashed. There's almost no call interest left. 4150 and like out of the money shit, but all the near the money call interest for May 19th is gone. I'm starting to build some put interest at 40, 80, 75, 40, 55, 50, 40, 30, and 4,000 is stacked. Looks like the bulls aren't putting their money where their mouth is. Huh. Olay. Is anyone else taking JFresh's live warrior trading class in 12? Bulls are putting their mouth where their bear zipper is. Warrior trading's like the biggest shill there is. Short-dated SPX calls started off too expensive today, so not surprising. I want the market to fall so my patience can be rewarded. That's the ideal scenario, yeah. I burned a bit on this last bear rally, but picked up a few 405Ps for 512 on the cheap. Let's ride. Fucking A. I would have expected VIX to pump more than that. Give it time. Last time VIX spiked up to 30, it took like 4 or 5 days. Why would they let the VIX run free? I mean, it's running freer right now. Is FRC a good investment? It's risky. Why do you think it's a good investment? Let me ask you that. You tell me why you think it's a good investment, and I'll tell you why it probably might not be. Maybe there's a chance for recovery. Have you looked into their financials? Have you looked at deposit outflows, depositor liquidity, their hold to maturity securities? Have you looked at their MBS profile? Taking notes. Okay, good. Here's the problem with banks. And don't get me wrong, there's lots of opportunity. But you need to know the risks. One, the treasury risk is not off the table. Like the treasury liquidity risk, it can persist, and it can get worse. The next problem is rising interest rates also threaten MBS holdings. The third problem is consumer credit, which is at all-time highs. And since the Fed is pushing for unemployment, banks with lots of consumer credit exposure outside of MBSs, where they already have a lot, face the risk of default and being forced to hold toxic assets. So if you can consider that all of these things are in order in a bank, and I can tell you I've looked at the regional banks and very few of them can meet all of the conditions for safety there, then, you know, you're taking a massive risk. Even if they do well on their earnings, the sentiment around banks is very much tied together, right? There were regional banks that got hammered that absolutely should not have. There were regional banks that got hammered not nearly as much as they should have. But bank earnings are coming out this Friday. And you know, the bigger banks, and that's going to lead to even more scrutiny into their balance sheets, which probably aren't so hot either. Better than the regional banks, but probably not a lot better. So just some things to be cautious about. You know, even if FRC is stabilized and doing okay, right? They're being stabilized by the big banks. If the big banks look shitty, FRC is going to tank again. What part of FRC looks hot and I want it? Do you not feel is sufficient analysis? Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. Ally actually, I mean, their auto loan exposure is pretty risky, but outside of that, they don't look too bad. What did chat do to Fubo? I don't know. What happened to Fubo? Damn. Fubo got fucking hammered today. QQQ recovering at all? Eh, not much. All I hear right now is full port regional banks. What is wrong with me? I don't know, man. You've become too contrarian. Did you by any chance look into Wintrust banks? No, I did not. Bank earnings are so down. I just want to know if they're keeping lollipops and popcorn in their lobbies. Thoughts on Wintrust Financial? No. Okay, I answered that already. I've worked with FRC before. They used to buy a lot of promotional products from me. They're nice, but not that smart. I would not invest in them. Fubo's down because I signed up for another free trial to watch the Laker game with no intention of keeping the script. You bitch. How could you do this to us, turd? What has changed since the MOASS books? A lot. I mean, we have a lot more data than we used to have. It's an amazing feeling selling half of your 0 DTEs for 100% profit and letting the other half ride. You know, you could just read the DDs that came after that Heath deal. No worries, man. No popcorn or lollipops. Crash incoming. I call it the popcorn indicator. Nice. Do you think they should be deleted if they no longer hold true? No. Do you delete the revisions to a thesis? I don't think so. Then there's no record of how that thesis has evolved over time. When updated exit DD, yeah, that one's still pretty solid. Once the gap's filled on SPX, thinking more downs or just channel locked? I don't know. We'll see. If call position keeps selling off, we could definitely see more downside. I'm going back and reading your daily DDs from 2021 and applying them today. Can I just say your price targets are way off? So big balance sheets are in a precarious position like '08. The right contagion and things crash? Possibly. He hasn't deleted them because he still believes in MOASS. No, I don't. On any SPX calls coming in, or just puts selling off a bit. What calls have been selling off. Puts have been coming in. What's your exit plan on Baba puts? I don't know. I mean, I have a stop on mine. I'll probably just keep holding them. They just Baba just fell below resistance. It's got quite a long way it can drop if it keeps moving. I sold before this drop with 4 separate trades for a net profit of $20. If I can do it, so can you. Just need 2.3K in cash. Okay. STX essentially tapped 4150 in PM, exactly where your upper range was. Are you a wizard? With these calls selling off, has this upper range contracted a bit, e.g. to 4130, 40 instead of 50? There's still some far dated interest at 50 for May 19th. It's dropped significantly, but it's still there. I don't know if what remains of the gamma is just sold. The same might be true for 4140 as well. So I do think that the call sell-off of the longer dated positions that we're seeing today definitely lowers the upside potential. But not drastically, not yet. There's still quite a bit of positioning. It's just selling off moderately. It is selling off across the board moderately, which is maybe more important. Yes, but I'm interested in Mila Kunis, and despite my significant sense of personal worth, that isn't likely to happen either. Fair enough. Are you hotter than Ashton Kutcher? No. Do you spend like a good deal of your time attempting to save women from sex trafficking? and millions of dollars. I'll wait for him to answer. Funnily enough, yes. Well, you got half a shot. I'm fatter than him. Would that count? Maybe. Depends on the person you're trying to woo. My favorite saying from the financial news yesterday was about concentration risk. Even if you just own the index, you're 30% exposed to a very small handful of mega cap tech stocks. Yep. Are you hotter than Ashton Kutcher? Listen, not everyone can look like the immensely handsome Dr. Gherkin Pickle Man. I don't think I'm hotter than Ashton Kutcher. That's ridiculous. Even if I'm in shape. Would you let Aubrey Plaza beat you up? I'm not really into that. It's time to see the optometrist, Gerg. I think my dog likes me the most out of anyone. Who does that mean in terms of bagging Mila Kunis 10 years ago? What? Giuseppe Al-Assad is the greatest Persian Italian centaur day trader of our generation. You know, my puts wouldn't say that right now. I don't even think Ashton is hotter than Ashton. Do you see SPX seeing sub 4100 today? I don't know. What do you think? Barry. Here. I said that. Remember earlier when everyone was like, oh my god, the bulls and my puts, and where am my puts? Someone save my puts, please save my puts. And I was like, just be patient. And then everyone was like, fuck you, Pickle Man. I've been patient. My theta's burning me alive. And then here we are. Patient. The video's not dying yet. Don't tease me. Literally everyone said, fuck you, Pickle Man. How dare you, everyone? I know. And then on the third day, Pickle Man resurrected the attendees. I sold my call hedge in pre-market. How? How the fuck did you sell your call hedge in pre-market? I placed like 12 or 13 fucking orders and I sold 2 calls in pre-market. I had to dump the rest at open. Fuck you, Yaga. Fuck all of you guys. I never should have started this fucking stream. Now every time I go to make a trade, the bid gets like blown up and I have no exit liquidity. It's never happened to me before. I used to be able to sell my fucking contracts in pre-market, no problem. Shut up, you love us? If it makes you feel better, I dumped mine at bid, which was $1 below what option strat said it should be worth. I would have taken that instead of the $9 below I had to sell it open. I'm just fucking with you, newbie trader. I'm not serious. I don't give a shit. We're still very far away from delta neutral. Relax. What's up, Dork? Can I get like an air raid siren for this fucking indicator? Exercise your upstart May 5th 1450C. But I only have one. If Apple goes below 160, does Tom Lee see a shadow? No, he's a vampire. It's okay, Dork. I'm exercising your risk management on your behalf. What's the gamma flip on cat? Oh, fuck, I have no idea, man. Are you trying to short Caterpillar? You know you can just short Dow and you'll make more money. The gamma neutral point on Caterpillar is at $233. How far can you see SPX falling today? I don't know. Let's find out when calls stop selling off. Let's say the SPX finally falls out of this ascending wedge on the daily, going back to mid-March. That'd be cool. I would very much enjoy that. Ban whoever's trying to short cat. Why? I mean, I want the price of cat to go down. NVIDIA GN moved to 262. Yep. That's actually bearish. Let's see 40.50 today and 39.50 tomorrow so we can all white. That'd be cool. Yeah. Black Wednesday from a PPI report? I doubt it. I'm willing it into existence. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm totally okay with the market just crashing tomorrow, but I don't think it's going to happen. Jimmy falling off the screen. Oh, there it is. When is April? Now. We're in April now. Can someone give me a link to where I can learn about SLD periods? Yeah, you can look up supplemental liquidity deposit in the margin guidebook for FINRA. Jesus, I think I leverage a little too much. This day went from almost heart attack to massive gains. I'm now very happy that I took the loss yesterday and rolled my straddle down. Everything has been perfect. Straddles are the best because then you have calls and puts. And you can be both the bear and the bull. Since sentiment's completely split. What do you knock on wood? I already sold the call side profitably. And the put side's up with a stop on it. Any advice on getting my wife to straddle? Take her dancing. Stop inversing yourself. I'm not. If I was inversing myself, I'd be selling straddles. I'm waiting for stagflation to do that. I'm just gonna sell some like 3-year straddles, at the money straddles on SPX. Can't lose, right? Right? SPX video yesterday was very helpful. Thank you, sir. No problem. I'm glad you enjoyed my content. Watch more of it. Like, subscribe, and comment down below so I know how you feel about things that, whatever, fuck off. Do you think that your deathbed you will wish you hadn't used up so much of your theta on trying to teach degenerates not to buy weeklies on penny stocks and teaching cats about bond yields? GG's and thanks for all the fish. No, I'm building legacy. I'm building an army of people that will 25% of which will be richer one day. And they will donate and finance my political campaigns. It's genius. It's just a slow process. They'll be like, I'm a millionaire because of that guy. People love that guy. Like a child or close family member. Wait, people here make money? Some of them. It's kind of like a filter. Gherk for mayor of Chicago. Ooh. No, no one likes Pulte because they have to shame themselves first. What was the first donation for your political campaign? Thank you so much, Tom Tom. Actually, I'm not sure what I could do with those funds. I might have to set them aside or relegate them in some way. Oh, you've put me in a bit of a pickle. 1 second. All right. Bear song? Not yet. It's a trap. Most mayors of Chicago go to jail. Oh. When trying to make a successful trade, do you do what I do and ask yourself, what would Ted Danson do? No? What ETFs would you suggest to short the Dow with? There's really only one, right? It's fuck, DIAJ. What the fuck is it called? I never short Dow, but no. DIA, just DIA? DIA, right? What am I thinking of? DJI? DIA? Yeah, DIA. DIA is the Dow ETF. I think it's the only one worth, like, big enough to short. The rest of them probably don't have any liquidity. Where's the next support on the downside? 4080? I've been MIA. What's your outlook on current economic data and positioning? Happy 10 months, you Stone Cold Killer. Thank you so much, Girk's Ice Cream Danwich. Did you read the Daily DD? I kind of outlined some expectations on the inflation front there. I think, quarter one earnings are going to be lackluster, to say the least, and I'm expecting long-term bearishness. Maybe some more in the short term. We're also approaching SLD right now, so that's coming up. Appreciate all you do in educating me towards consistent and profitable. Here's $3 towards another nice steak dinner. Thank you so much, Danimal. I appreciate that. Yeah, it is just DIA. Any plans to have children besides the 300 plus people in here who claim you as dad? Are you trying to adopt with me, Lawrence? NW. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate it. Congratulations. I think so. How about QQQ 300 puts for July? Nice. Bounce here at 4,100, or is it just puts all the way down now? Yeah. The calls are selling off, which forces the other calls to capitulate. And then that forces more calls to capitulate, which forces even more calls to capitulate. If you're gonna be a politician, you need a catchphrase. P-yaw? Okay, noted. Thank you for that. It's almost like you talked about this happening. I know. Where are the Bulls now? Where do they go? Seriously. I've never understood that. I've never understood it from the Bears either. But it's like the second it turns red or green, they just disappear. Like they never existed. But it's like, I remember who you fucking are. What's your game plan on setting stops on zero DTEs? I either set stops too early and lose money or barely turn a profit rarely. Should I do wider stops? I do roughly 15 to 20% down. I mean, generally on SPX, you need a wider stop because otherwise you get stopped out too early. So I usually start at like 25-30% and tighten that up over time. Sometimes I just forget to set them entirely. Don't do that. That's terrible. Dork gets really mad at me when I do that. And then yeah, as the contract edges towards profitability, I move my stops towards break even, right? Like I should probably do that here. And then I'll do something like here, like so it's trading at like 870. So 750 I lock in like 100% profits, right? And then by the way, I've got a little wiggle room if this bounces. If it starts to pick up some momentum, then I'll move the stop up and just capture the rest of the profits. Actually, I still think things look kind of bearish here, so I'm gonna pull this down to 7. 7. Oh, never mind. Yeah, so stopped out. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. Oh, adopted by the Dans. Thank you so much, man. Guys, welcome to Cornichon. And give Adopted by the Dans a shout out for hooking you up. I appreciate it, man. All right, I'll be right back. All right. Sorry about that, guys. Something came up. Burrito hit different? No. It's like, I guess my mom was having like some arrhythmia or something. I had to go to the hospital. So I just got like the phone call. Mama Gurk. She'll be alright, I think. Well, that's not really possible because it's 3,000 miles away. Don't worry about us. We'll lose money with or without you. Oh, she's in Jersey? Fuck you, man. Wow, I'm glad I dumped that call. Alright. This bounce. Yeah, this doesn't look like a continuation. Like this isn't gonna... I don't think this bounce is gonna remain bullish. Yeah, the longer term trends still look like momentum skewed really bearish. So, this is probably some put profit taking. That looks pretty close to topping out. There, I guess. There. Should be okay. Check TM. What do you got, Dark? Oh shit, what's this? Oh, okay. Nice. Not yet. We're seeing the put side profit taking, or yeah, this looks like put side profit taking. Move mom into the house. I don't think she wants to live here. It's far warmer and nicer where she lives. If you were Papa Gurk, does that make her Grandma Gurk? She's not my grandma. No, Grandma Gurk passed away a long time ago. She was dope. 25 to 30% might be better. This is the second time I've been stopped out, and the stock goes insane. Today would have been amazing for me, but I only made $20 profit using 2K money. It's gains, I guess. And where did you get stopped out? I think that's the most important question to ask yourself. Not your stop itself, but where? Like, did you buy puts here? Did you buy puts here? What time did you enter the position? Were you stopped out on the gap up? She's our grandma. Thanks, AZ. Profit taking a drift to FOMC and then downs. I don't know if we're gonna get that much drift. Like, there's still some bearish momentum. Calls are selling off pretty hard. And don't forget that the FOMC is just the minutes. It's not a meeting. It's not, an economic report. Nothing. It's simply the minutes from the last meeting. There's, generally speaking, very little content above and beyond what the market is already aware of. You get the Fed's dot plot that comes out today that's not currently publicly available, but we already know the expectations for that dot plot, right? The assumption that dot plot makes is that core inflation was going to go down at a rate equivalent to headline inflation. That's not true now. Core inflation is up over headline. Inflation is becoming entrenched. It's bearish as fuck. I don't think people realize the full scope of it. I kind of tried to break it down into simple terms this morning, but there's significant repercussions on like dollar value, which then has repercussions in oil, which feeds back into inflation. Right, and so a higher rate of stable inflationary measures, surpassing more volatile ones, generally has a feedback effect into volatile inflation measures. And then, so headline will surpass core like at some point, right? The last time core inflation was rising faster than headline inflation was January of 2021, before inflation surged up, right? So like, core basically means durables, right? So durables are rising, which means that consumer demand is up. Well, let's not say up, but persistent. Right? Which means manufacturers are, scrambling to feed the demand, right? By creating supply. So this feeds back into the manufacturers. And then that feeds into the supply chain. So now more demand on the supply chain, which then, raises the price of durables, right? And so this kind of feeds through. But then also, supply chains are international, right? They're a global effect. And so supply chain costs going up increases foreign inflation, and foreign inflation, unlike US inflation, is mostly driven by energy costs, right? So when their durable costs go up, it can spike their inflation a lot harder because their metrics are skewed towards the more volatile, like food and oil metrics, right? So this can increase foreign inflation, which then causes foreign central banks to react. So hawkish, let's say hawkish central bank policy, right? And then hawkish central bank policy from foreign banks leads to a drop in dollar value, which then leads to higher US oil prices as we import most of the oil we use. Which then leads into headline inflation going up. Right, and then that obviously prompts stronger action from the Fed, right? Because now you have a feedback loop that is created not only higher persistent inflation, but higher volatile inflation. And so the Fed now needs to act to bring down entrenching inflation. They need to act to bring down future headline inflation, and they need to act to increase dollar value. So, fun lesson in macroeconomics there. It does look like a Charlie Day meme, but there's a lot of moving parts in the world economy. And that's not even the most descriptive. I could have been more descriptive, but I'm just trying to give a generalization of the idea. There are other, tertiary effects as well and secondary effects of that. I got you an ending. Coin down bigly, BTC to 9K. I'm not even sure if I've gotten stopped out of my MSTR calls yet. Hold on. Oh, no, I did. Do I go short now? Too soon? Too soon to tell. There's definitely some risk off on BTC though. Where do I have a BTC chart? Rejection at 36, 626. It's a little lower than I expected it. I was kind of thinking we might see the higher resistance here at like 39, 30.9. Let's just say that. We'll see if this continues to break down. It may pull back to like like 29, 29.2. Alright, so we got a little bit of a bullish reversal here. Why is that so fucked up? Let me check how positioning's changed. All right. So put volume is continuing to increase at the 4100 strike. Price is stabilizing around the 4110 calls. Net gamma is negative at all prices below 4110. So if call side can't stabilize in this range and it gets rejected, we're probably gonna drop back to 4100. We'll see if OI starts to increase more to the downside beyond that. The short gamma flip or the fast gamma neutral is at 40.9250. So we're very close to it already. I would expect if we hit it, we'd probably bounce off of it. And it may be a bit early in the day for that to happen. And it looks like the longs are going to try to take a little bit of advantage of the short capitulation here and maybe get their 40.10s, 40.15s in the money before any further capitulation occurs. I got stopped at the second top. Consolidation around 41.25, 41.30 with 41.10, 41.15. I was used to yesterday's whole one red candle, then four green ones. Turns out once I got fucked, bulls decided to leave. All right, let me take a look at that. So we got stopped at the second top. Consolidation here. I mean, this is where your horizontals really come into play. You know, you want to you want to set like when this is forming. I don't know where in this you got stopped out, but when this is forming, right? You know, you're forming a resistance, right? Like anytime you get this like kind of curved price action to the upside, where you know volume's starting to bleed out, you're forming a resistance. And then you know you want your stops set outside of that resistance, maybe at the previous high, right? So you know if it consolidates down and breaks up, you get stopped out, right? But if it fails, you know, then you can move your stop down to your next resistance, right? See if it fails there. Then you can move down to here, you know, see if it fails here. Then you can move down to here, right? And then, you know, as the breakdown loses momentum and you get towards the bottom, right? And start to see this reversal, then you can move your stop up and take profit. But you're always just keeping that stop there to just you're just trying to prevent any loss further than realized price action. But you don't want to be like at the premium, right? You need some breathing room. Otherwise, especially on SPX more than a like SPY or something like that. On SPY you can be a lot tighter because the strikes are so liquid. But on SPX the call premiums can fluctuate, you know, $2-3 on one candle, without very much price action, right? Especially if the strike isn't really liquid. I got stopped out of the second top consolidation. Okay. H&S here on SPX. Maybe. We'll see. It's got to form a top, right? And it still looks moderately persistent, so I wouldn't assume that it's going to form one just yet. I think overall our momentum's bearish, but in the short term, we're still getting some bullish. I think we've got a little bit more upside. Check car and AAL. I think transportation ETF got hit, but could be opportunity. Let me see. I don't particularly like buying into car, but yeah, holy fuck, that got hammered. Are you sure this wasn't just with the index drop? They have a really small float. Yeah, it could be decent. Hard to get calls on it though. American might be too close to. Yeah, American's just a little too close to earnings for me to want to be in it. Car looks kind of interesting, but I'd rather wait till after SLD. We'll try that, but I think it's basically the stops are too tight. I'll try 25, 30% tomorrow. Okay. I'm gonna sell my first cover call for May 5th at the use the options chart also. Thunder, don't try to use the SPX chart for setting your stops and determining your levels. What's your plan for those April 14 40/50s? I don't know yet. Probably see how the rest of today goes. I have a few more of them too. I have like 8 of them left. I probably should have sold them all off earlier in the week when we tested 40/70, but I only sold off like half. Was that the same take on QQQ too? For which, yeah, I mean, probably. Serious question, what the actual fuck is an earnings recession? Isn't that just a recession? Yes. Yep, I look at the options chart when trading. Oh, okay. Well, so I put in a bid on my call to buy it back, and the market maker undercut me by a penny on the bid. That fucking asshole wants to cuck me out of existence. I'm sorry to hear that, Dork. No, futures volume's still dropping. So far, no evidence of big dick energy futures moves. Sorry, Fluffy. Sup, Greg? Looking to sell my first CC for May 5th at the $25 strike. Any ETF FTDs throughout the next few weeks that are concerning? Trying to take my time with lower risk plays to get comfortable. Looking to sell my first cover call for May 5th at the $25 strike. Okay. No. I don't think there's any FTDs. Well, going into the beginning of May, there are ETF FTDs that you should probably be moderately concerned about. But that's towards expiration. You'll probably have closed it out before then. Float is like 12 million on car. Isn't it higher than that? It's 38 million. It's very low though. It's pretty volatile. Fun to play. It's just hard to get options on. No one wants to make a market for it. It's kind of more like DDS. It seems like we're forming the top here. Yeah, the bullish momentum's dying down a little bit. Thanks, Wi-Fi. I hope you have a nice day too. Figure selling some CCs on my part of my GME position on ATP. Do you know if it's possible to assign specific lots to the CCs I sell? Thanks. Possibly. I know on Fidelity there's settings to set your account to be like FIFO. I think that's how you do it. Well, you'd want LIFO, but if you get assigned, you can choose lots. Oh, okay. Do you see more upside on QQQ like the SPX, or is it dying out? I mean, I'm not watching QQQ, so I don't know what to tell you. I have puts on it, but they're pretty far dated, so I'm not really paying attention. I'd imagine it looks moderately the same. Yeah. And volume's falling off on the bounce, so NQ is underperforming SPX anyway. Seriously, this MM is putting up like 13 grand at a time to undercut my fucking bid? I'm sorry, dork. Of one contract? If your CC is filled on Fidelity, you can go in and assign lots before the shares settle. So now they're putting up closer to 30 grand on a contract with 0 volume. I guess they want to buy it. There's an expected range on the bear side for SPY 401.75 through 393 over the next 2 weeks. Crazy. The 393 part is. At least where we're trading at now. If we drop down towards delta neutral, no. But right now, yeah, it's a bit... 393 is a bit far out. Should do the same as yesterday. Fruits pump as high as they can. Try and force straddling higher than 4100. I don't know about that. Most of the call positioning on the upside sold off. So I think this is an attempt to sell off more calls, if anything. We'll probably see positioning around like 40 between 4120 and 4100. But I don't think it'll be the same like yesterday. Too much of the call interest on the upside sold off. So that would have to rebuild. Did you ever sell the rest of your GME CCs? I got about like 820 contracts sold. I got to sell a few more yesterday on the morning spike. I think I don't know if I got a few sold today yet or not. I have to check. They might have sold. They're not making markets. They're destroying them. Nice. Interesting. Is this low energy pump going to continue? I mean, it can persist as long as volume remains low. It looked like it was topping out there a little bit, but then it kept pushing, so we'll see. This run-up is ridiculous. You guys are so fucking focused on the 1 minute. Just zoom out. Jesus Christ. It's really not. What DTD did you sell your GME at? The ones I sold yesterday, I sold for 421. I have them split between 421 and 519 though. Even the run in PM wasn't that big, and people were going nuts. Yeah, I know. What strikes on those GME CCs? Nope. How many open contracts do you currently have? On what? SPX uptrend will continue until 4122-ish. Test the trend 5 to 12 times before breaking out and chopping into end of day. You sure about that? Total? Oh, Jesus, I have no idea. Thousands? How the fuck is that even manageable? It's not that hard. I mean, most of them you just enter and then put stops on and then ignore. All right, I've gone from angry to amused. My risk isn't that huge for buying this back, but I can tell I'm being annoying by moving the bid up 1 cent at a time. I overbought NVIDIA puts today. At the bottom. You just bought more GME covered calls? No? What do you mean bought more GME covered calls? Sold more? No. I might have sold some this morning, but I don't know. It's like a conditional order. It may have filled on this. But I don't know if I got fills or not yet. I don't have that account open. Let's see. On NVIDIA, I have sold puts and sold calls at 250 and 275 for this Friday. Then I have my put position on NVIDIA. These have stops, right? So they buy back. And my put position on NVIDIA, which is like like I don't know, like 650 contracts. SPX I have like 45 open contracts. I have CSPs open on BTU. GME, Upstart, Google, Amazon, Palantir, Visa, and SPX. And then I have covered calls on like another, I don't know, like another 10 positions. No, I meant CSPs. Yields. Sweet, sweet yields. Not all of them are CSPs. Why do you have CSPs on GME and Upstart? You expect them to go down? I mean, yeah, I do. I expect both of them to go down, but I also don't expect to be assigned. Has anything changed in your thought on the FSLR play? I don't think so. And I closed out the short-term calls like a couple days ago. But my longer-term projections, no. Although I'm pretty okay with entering puts, more long-dated puts, between here and like 2015. Like where it's trading at now in like 2015. I might pick up some more like 210 puts also. Like shorter dated ones. Those have been really good. The 210p on FSLR. Like if you can get it around 215, 216. Are these like far out of the money CSPs? Moderately. I mean, GME they're at 20. Upstart they're at 15. Is NVIDIA 124, NVIDIA 150p, low risk, high reward? I don't know. How much are they? I have some, but I don't know how much they are right now. Moderately. I mean, you're betting on a big drop or a lot of volatility on a drop. But they were relatively cheap before. So I'd imagine they're probably cheaper now. I bought my BTU CCs earlier for 80% profit and sold them again on this little run up. Nice. When you speak of FSLR, what do you consider short term, long term? Short term, I'm generally looking at like, well, on FSLR, I'm probably looking at like 30 to 45 days. Long term, I'm looking like 60 to 120. Any thoughts on JD? Seems at a good price. I mean, I'm not really bullish on anything. Not strictly speaking, so I doubt I'll like it very much, but I'll check it out. Their margins are contracting a bit. Earnings are remaining moderately solid, though. Cheap for the time period, but I mean, it looks like it's going to continue down for a while. There might be support at like 32, 33, 33.20. 550. That's not a terrible price. It's a little high today, but it's not awful. You get plenty of theta. That's the benefit. They're better at higher prices, but yeah, that's not the worst price on them. I think my cost basis on those is a little higher than that, so I don't have very many of those. I have more NVIDIA like 120s for 124, but I do have some 150s. Most of my 150s for NVIDIA are in May and September. I probably should have just rolled the May out, but fuck it. They already lost all their value. The CSPs you speak of, are they short dated? Yeah, most of them are weeklies. Some of them are 14 DT. I assume you have CSPs while they chop. Yep. The Upstart ones, I mean, I just sold into the market pump because Upstart's got super positive beta. So if the market's going up, you can sell CSPs on everything, right? Because it's going to drag everything up. As long as you can afford to buy them back when the market turns the other way. Do you remember the video 150s in September? I bought QQQ May puts at the almost bottom. Ask me anything. Ahoy, Greg, why did the market go up again? It bounced on put capitulation. Zero DTE puts taking profit at 4,100, where call resistance is strongest. And then bulls take advantage of that momentum and drive prices higher. Why are put holders such babies? Call holders are too. It's really not unique. It's just people holding options that are decaying are big babies about it. For the short term, man, I fucking I have to I sell CSPs on all kinds of shit every week. Do you have a filter on? No. My nose is a little backed up, but I don't have a filter on. I have like tons of cash that I have to deploy, right? And if it's not making me money, then I need to stick it in shit that makes money. So weekly CSPs and naked calls are good ways to do that if you don't mind the risk or you know what you're doing. The risk is high. Obviously, we're in a bull bear market, so it's dangerous. Um, but I also have like conditional orders and stuff set up, so I don't have to do a lot of like management. I wouldn't say there's enough data to determine that yet, Edwin. Bullish consolidation or a top? I mean, it looks like it's forming a top, right? Remember how we talked about how like it curves back? That's generally not bullish consolidation. This can break down into bullish consolidation, right? But if it keeps just curving over, then it's going to sell off. If it kind of flatlines somewhere, then it can build up more consolidation and move up. But right now, this looks really bearish. Just maximizing cash on the side. Yeah. I mean, it's not like I'm like hunting insane yields with it or anything. I mean, sometimes I get lucky, but, and then also I sell a lot of positions against any positions that are like losing, right? So like Nvidia, for example, like, I've been short strangling Nvidia pretty much since earnings. On the upside, I've been trying to sell like in the money naked calls. And then on its moves down, I'm trying to sell like CSPs at the money or just like $5 out of the money. Using gamma max as like my or gamma neutral as my support. In order to offset the theta decay of my massive fucking put position that's not making me any money right now. And claw back some of the premiums that are lost over time. How often should one average down longer dated options? It depends on how much theta you have on them. But I generally like to, if I'm going to average down positions, I generally start to look after like negative 20% and or like at 45 and 30 DTE. At 30 DTE, I'm probably going to either make a decision to cut or average down. And then like 45 DTE, I'm more likely to average down. But that kind of decision's really, there's no strict answer. You know, it's a variable. It depends on the position. It depends on what your thesis is. It depends on, you know, how much time you need to realize that thesis. You forgot Fubo CSPs. Oh yeah, Fubo CSPs out too. Well, those are synthetic longs. Sure. Was the Nvidia short strangle considered medium risk? Absolutely fucking not. For an option order that you want to place when a stock hits a certain price, what would you set it to market order, or do you calculate price as it should be on option strat and place a limit order? I generally just determine that with like the chart. I don't really. I mean, sometimes I'll use an options calculator if I'm like planning out like a big position. But I mean, you're probably never gonna get a price as good as the options calculator offers you. Sometimes I'll split it up. I'll have like half of my orders at market, so I guarantee a fill, and then I'll have the rest set at a limit in order to try to average that fill down. It also depends on how actively I'm trading something. So if I'm like paying attention to it, then I'm probably just using limit orders. If it's just something I'm gonna like set and forget, then I'm not. My Nvidia Mate 200 seemed like a low risk strat, right? No. The time for a big red candle comes on these tops, and they pump futures to level it out. It's crazy. I mean, they don't want the price to drop. Because inflation expectations are anchored, we can take a couple of years to bring inflation down. Did you see the reports today? There's the futures pump. I don't know. You'd think they'd be a little more cautious doing that today. They got fucking blown the fuck up yesterday. There was something like 320,000 in the money SPX calls going into the end of the day that were in the money. Like zero DTs that were in the money. They got fucking hammered. Better enter call straddle now before SPX is at 4140. I don't think I'm really worried about prices above 4125 right now. Yeah. Sometimes when it smells funky, I end up being the holy grail white extractor. Also, there's a lot of protein in Tecton beef, so don't forget to eat up, friends. Welcome back, Kendra. You were missed by some. How you doing, man? Damn. The ass dropped low enough for me to exit my upstart position at a 10% gain. Yay. Congratulations, Doric. You did it. Hmm. Kendra for mod. We need people like him in upper management. I don't think so. Hmm. 50, 41, 40. Interesting. Do, do, do. Hmm. Okay. I missed you also, fam. Thanks, dude. We're going to sextuple test 420? Probably. Safe to say those pumping today don't comprehend CPI as well as you do. Um, Based on the fact that most of the calls that were out of the money sold off today, I would say that those pumping today are trying to regain a foothold in their long positions before closing them. I think they understand CPI data just fine. What are we going to do about the SPX uptrend? You can buy a call. That's always an option. Although it may not print. Nothing is printing. It's so awesome. So you're thinking end of day dump? I mean, it might not, but it did yesterday. I think call buyers will be a lot more cautious after that. Anybody buying zero DTs to try to prop the market up definitely will be. They sold off like 20,000 futures contracts yesterday and burned up like 300,000 fucking zero DTE calls. Like literally lit them all on fire. They were scrambling to the bid to fucking get out. Their mouth moving like in dubbed kung fu movies. It's not that far off right now. Wonder why that is. just that many instances open. Hold on. Maybe I can fix this. Okay. All right. Not like that one. Mothra? Oh, yeah, haha. If you bring back Michael Burry, no one will be able to see that your mouth movement is on sync with your audio. Problem solved. That's true, although I don't know how to make myself blurry now. Trying to reduce the memory demand of TradingView. It's going nuts, and I wonder if that's what's causing the issue. It's like running too many calculations in the background. Hmm. I'm just trying to close programs down. That didn't fucking help at all. Chrome's just munching up memory. Any hope for your 40/50s? I don't know. We'll find out. If the call side capitulates here, yeah. So if the rest of this call interest that's left from like 41.25 down to like 40.10 gives up, like the rest of the call interest did today, then absolutely. If it doesn't, that's a problem. What specs are you running? I have no idea. I think I have like 32 gigs of RAM, 5600X. I probably need a better processor. I like a 3080 Ti. 32 gigs of RAM, definitely not enough. I think it's more than sufficient. I don't think that's the issue. Close that. Hmm. That's crazy. I think it's just like all the brokerage software I have open, and then like TradingView, Discord, OBS. Just download more RAM. Is your task manager, is NVIDIA container having higher CPU? No. No, I'm not having that issue. Why don't the hedgies short our Jimmy anymore? They're too focused on seller boxing Bobby? Probably. Yo, Gurg, I've been away for a while, as I'm sure you've noticed my absence. Yeah, of course. Missed the stream, but super busy at work. Popping in for a bit to like the stream and hang. Thanks for doing the stream till MOASS. You got it, Meatwad. Thanks so much for hanging out, dude. The sixth test. Jesus. Ow. If we get 500 likes, I'll dox the city Girk lives in. Why don't the hedgies short our Jimmy anymore? We'll probably see more shorting after the ETF FTDs are wrapped up. Lower high futures sell off now. We'll see. Futures are flattening out a bit. I still think they're going to retest 4150, but that's just me. Could you do a calendar synthetic long on Fubo? 2025 puts with 2024 calls. Yeah, I have those open already. You get more call leverage and it makes the position more sensitive to volatility, which is really good. I know you're more financially stable than the average poor, but does your Jimmy position make you feel like you'll be wealthy in the next 2 to 5 years based on what's going on? Oh, I mean, I'm kind of at the point where I don't care. I'm getting very close to like a $0 cost basis, so I really don't give a shit anymore. I'll just keep selling covered calls on it, right? We still Ken or Larry to dump ES and SPX. What does 4050 translate to in SPX terms? It's like 4123 ish. 4125. You're good, the man. You read my comment twice and provided a unique answer each time. You're the best chatbot, even better than Chat GPT. Thanks, dump into close. I appreciate it. We see more pump for PPI print tomorrow. See one more pump for PPI print tomorrow. I don't know. PPI is really not that important right now. It's already been dropping at a relatively even rate. I don't think any specific metric on it looks like it's going to be greatly inflated. Maybe next month with oil prices up, but not right now. Did you ever play that old education game on school computers called Number Crunchers? I think something like that. A little green dude on a grid that moves around in 8 prime numbers. Yeah, I feel like that's something that we played in school. Well, Fed's daily. The Fed has tools and can absolutely reduce inflation. He's a tool, and they only have one. But so far they've been unsuccessful at doing so. I'm gonna say that it doesn't look like the market believes him. You know? Her. Daly's her, right? Am I thinking of Evans? There's one guy who looks like a fat, grumpy cat. Is that Evans or Daly? Mary Daly? Okay. Thank you, John Wilkes. Okay, I know who she is now. Daly's general, kind of all over the place. But doing things to not get a bad rep, she'll not get do her job and get a bad rep. Ironic, isn't it? I mean, you got to keep the revolving door open, right? Don't forget that all these like fucking no-name Fed presidents that don't matter and aren't Jerome Powell, they're all trying to ensure that like they're getting their votes in favor of like whatever institution they want to go work for. Because when they leave the Fed, you know, they're going to get some 7 or 8 figure job consulting with some group, right? Don't talk about JFresh that way. Reject here into Head and Shoulders. I don't know. I bought a call for it, so we'll see what happens. Maybe I should have bought two. It's a pretty strong test. Discord chat is popping a blood vessel. About what? Which Discord chat? The daily speech is just nonstop bull mayo. SPX chat. Oh. The SPX dropped 85 basis points in 45 minutes earlier today. I'm not particularly concerned. And I still think if volume remains low, they're going to try to get their 41.25 calls. Which way are we breaking? I'm flipping a coin. Up. Be a lot cooler if it dropped 8,500 BPS. Yeah. Feels pretty 50-50. I don't think so. $41.20 call volume is surging up really hard. And there's still decent call interest at 41.25 as well. I don't know, but I'd be careful with it. Are you DCing into more puts for SLD next week? Yeah. I picked up a bunch of puts on QQQ. Hmm. Wonder if this is accurate. I think we're gonna go up like 22 basis points, which puts us around 41.26. Yeah, can we just have a 2013 Knight Capital type market manipulation? Send everything down 3% in 15 minutes again, please. Is there any resource I can learn about SLD mechanically and dates? I can't find too much info Googling. Yeah, the FINRA margin settlement guide. There's a few additions. The most recent ones got probably enough information. Two o'clock. Could that change the direction for the remainder of the day? Possibly, yeah. Honestly, down to go back to the 2019-21 market where everything just went up every day and every day was a new record high. Easier to play. Fair. A little push from futures, maybe here. Give it a second. Fed minutes are out in about an hour. Stock God? Sometimes. Push. What did I say? 126? 41.26? Mostly down to go back. Is it FOMC minutes in 5 minutes? What? No, it should be at 2 o'clock. 2 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. You think they're going for 41.40? No. Well, probably not. Futures is trying to push through 41.50 again. I should set a stop because it's a strong resistance, but I think it's going to be successful. Are there free pickles? What do you mean free you want free pickles? I guess I could DoorDash you some. I don't really want to though. Real question, when do you expect the markets to go back to normal liquidity levels? When overnight repo stops beating the growth of every company in the S&P 500? Probably around then. So 2026? Yeah. Maybe 27. That's fine. I'd rather trade an illiquid market than a liquid one. I know you own a pickle company. Do you want to give that guy some free fucking pickles? I think the site shows FedMets is set to -5 Eastern Standard default, but we're in EDT, so it's 4, -4. Oh, okay. Yeah, it's UTC -4 right now. Who's in the pickle market? What? The thoughts on Jamie over the next 2 weeks? From your daily DDs, it seems like Jamie could go up a bit through April OPEX, but trend down through and after SLD. That really depends on if arbitrage is resolved over the SLD period or not. So basically, I don't know yet. I won't know if I won't have a better idea for a few more days. Probably not until like the middle of next week. 10-year auction starting. All right, I'll set a stop. How do you know if arbitrage is resolved? We track the skew in arbitrage. Did anyone ever do a follow-up story on Jamie Dimon trying to drag his desk workers back to the office? I wonder how many people simply quit and got remote jobs elsewhere. Probably a few, but not all. Generally in finance, people that are important get paid very well. Not so much because they can't be replaced. Ooh, interesting. Yeah, it's not so much that they can't be replaced, it's just that they don't want them going anywhere else and running their fucking mouths. They know too much. You could say that. Generally, like some sort of like long-term position. So, like, if you know too much in finance or you're like in a fund, um, and you're if you have any like strategy knowledge, they'll usually like give you a job doing something else for like 2 to 3 years that pays more, and then they'll fire you. So that way you're kind of away from like key fund strategy for a little while. Actual 3.455 forecast, previous 3.985. Yep, people are snapping up those 10-year notes. What you do is you make a bunch of Excel files that only you know how to use and refuse to teach anyone else how to do it, and then you never get fired. Yep. FOMC minutes come out today. 2 o'clock. I don't tell people my secrets. I'm sorry, Carl. I didn't mean to hang you out to dry. I need more caffeine. I'll be right back. Oh, it broke up. Poop. Guess I'll wait 3 hours for the downside. My neighbor keeps dropping off like really nice gift packages, like in basket. I have like several baskets of gifts now. This one contained macarons. Peach. Interesting. Is she single? I think so. I think she gives them to everybody on our floor. You've made her millions. It's the least she can do. Well, sometimes it's nice. Sometimes it's like essential. Like the lot when I got sick, it was like essential oils and homeopathic like medicine. So sometimes it's nice. You still think that 4126 is the top? Oh, I didn't say it was the top. I just said I thought we would test 4126. You should give her a gift of a share. You should gift her a share of RevRQ as a show of good faith. Hmm. I'm gonna gift those all to you. Yes is just above 4150. I had to buy calls instead of puts. Fuck my life. Ah, terrible. I'm so sorry you made money. How are you going to live with the guilt? Are you Catholic? If you're Catholic, you can just apologize. No, you'll be fine, BOFH. It's not possible. My shades are drawn. Sweet Lou. Can you make a NVIDIA Discord so people stop spamming the GME one? What are they spamming it with? I'll have you know I lost money on Rev Weeklies while I was still on NYSE like a Chad. I remember. I remember when you bought puts at the bottom and then calls at the top. That was there. And yeah, you are a Chad. Because you held both of those till expiration. I might as well take us to 41.35 now that we're up here. 41.26. Diamond hands, baby. Damn straight. What's a superior cookie? Macarons or those Trader Joe's Choco Chip mini ones? Macarons. One of them is made with almond flour. Jesus fuck. Oh, someone's calling me. Oh. Your mom okay? Yeah, she's hanging in there. Fucking calls are overpriced. Interesting. I hope we fall back to the 4111 level again. Me too. Your ringtone is so flamboyant. It's the default Samsung ringtone. But thank you. You were $1 off. I mean, technically, I was 29 cents off. 27 cents off. Fuck is this? Car? Nice. How the fuck did you get a fill on that? Penis? Fuck, you're right. Wait, which one? Oh, fuck. Been in El Salvador for the last week. What's up, Casey? What are your thoughts going into OPEX next week for GME? I don't know yet. We'll see how arbitrage looks in a few days after the ETF FTDs have settled out. Last night's Tinder date just got out of the freezer? No, but I did leave the freezer open. My freezers don't have lids, they have doors. Gross. One more pump? I don't know. Probably. Mm. Good to see you back, Casey. They're the kind that lets all the cold fall out. I've never thought of it that way before. Thanks, Magnanimous. Porke, no more likes? I don't know what's going on. There's a lot of likes. There's like 500 likes. Something like that. What do you think about September NVDS 32C? I mean, you're fighting against like the. I really don't think they're worth it. I mean, I guess they're fine, but I'd rather just have puts on the underlying. At least you're not. At least you don't have theta and volatility decay. SLD's next week. OPEC settlements the week following that. Ooh. Oh, I didn't see all the rest of this. Oh. SLD about to be spicy. Market's up a lot. Jesus Christ. Is there any hope for my 421 SPY 405p? That doesn't seem unreasonable. Oh, you gotta be fucking kidding me. What about Dish? Oh, who cares? Reject? Come on. If we get a rejection, I don't know if we're gonna see like a serious one until like the end of the day. Or towards the end of the day. Like, things are starting to get a little bit more bearish. The call side momentum starting to dwindle down as profits get taken and profitability falls off, but it takes time. It's not going to happen right away. Even if you really, really want it to. This doesn't seem like a bad short. Oh. Mm-hmm. 3120. Oh. Interesting. No. Call sell off? A big chunk of calls? Yes, sold off a little bit there too. Hold on. Because if we actually get like real call capitulation, I'm not gonna see it in the signal here. So I'm trying to look at some more data. 4110 and 4115 are selling off on the longer dated ones. But the shorter dated 4115s, well, the 4115s are down, but the 4110s still have a pretty decent amount of volume. There's a lot of 4050s, but I think they're sold. Or 4150s. I can't tell if the rug's getting pulled. I'm not sure. It looks a little more obvious on like NASDAQ that there's a sell-off. Maybe because the lower liquidity on the like the NASDAQ futures. I think if we see futures break below 40, 41, 45, that might be a pretty good indication. Fuck, that's hard. I don't know. Well, I'm trying to see if like if the calls are rugging, right? Like if the like in the money calls are selling off at like 41.10 and 40.15, because that'll rug the rest of the 41.25 and 41.20 calls, right? So if these close out, there's nothing to support these anymore, and the market maker will dump this hedge. And it looks like 41.10 is dropping on the longer term time frame, but the 0 DTs, it's harder to tell. It would make sense that they would hold these till the longer ones are sold off. I think I'm going to buy a put here. Oh, maybe it's a little late. Yeah, this looks like it's getting more bearish. I think, well, we're starting to get some confirmation. So this will probably recover upwards. Maybe retest this level. 41.22-ish. I don't think it'll retest 41.25. And then if we get a breakdown from there, it might be a little more dramatic. I probably still might need like 5 minutes to be certain. But it's it's starting to look like it's breaking down. And now it definitely looks like longer term 4110s are selling and 4115 as well. Well, it's repositioning, so you can expect it to like chop to some degree. But I think like to get the 4120s out, we'll probably see like a little bump before they pull those. And then if they pull those, we might see like a move back towards gamma neutral. We fell under gamma neutral today, right? Yeah. The problem with that specific analysis is that you don't know how much of the position is getting pulled, right? Because obviously you can only view it on like the macro scale, right? Like you can only see all of the calls, so you can't tell who owns what or like where exactly, and so there's a rate of failure in that, right? Because one fund might be pulling their fucking 0 DTEs and 4110s and 4115s, but another fund might not, right? And then like that fund might, have like 4120s and 25s that they're gonna like buy futures to get out from underwater. And so you can't really know unless it starts to break, like unless the fund you see like where you see the movement, unless that's sufficient to cause a breakdown in the market maker hedge. So there is a rate of failure in it, although it's moderately accurate. Engage Cloud Protocol. 7 DT 4100p, not a bad play. I feel like we have more bearish outlook now. I'd rather play that than manage 0 DTs tomorrow. I don't think they're terrible in this price range, mostly just because like call interest is kind of collapsing to the upside here. So, I don't think we have a lot more room to run those further out of the money. Although 7 DTE may not be enough. Today's Tuesday, right? So this which is the 7 DTE contract? It's like next Tuesday. It's the 19th, so Wednesday. The only problem I have with 7 DTE is like if it does bounce, right, or we stay in like the 4120 level, you don't have enough time to hold it through. Yeah, it's Wednesday. Oh, okay. You don't have, well, either way, the 7 DT doesn't. You don't have enough time on it to hold it through like the early part of SLD. That's where I'd be concerned. Because it expires the first day of SLD. And the first day of SLD is not always bearish. Is there an average VIX movement for SLD? I've never gone back and analyzed it, but VIX goes up. I usually use SLDs to reposition my VIX hedges. And so, yeah, I mean, generally, pretty consistently, VIX will go up during SLD. Don't forget that it's also the VIX-spiration, like the monthly one. So VIX tends to get a little crazy around that period. Do funds have settled cash? Sure, but I don't think it's like an issue, right? Because you have margin, you have portfolio margin. Gurk Kenny here. Your emails are going into my spam folder. Don't worry, IT guy already got the bedpost. I'll start shorting Jimmy for you now. CC safe. Mayopex is gonna be spicy. KG. Thanks, dumps into close. How does this guy trade like a stack out without knowing what day it actually is? Like I know the number of the day it is. I just don't know what day it is. You know? Like I know it's the 12th, but I don't know that the 12th is a Wednesday. That's not really, that doesn't matter to me, I guess. I think of holding 7 DT 4100p till Friday at the latest and buying the extra theta for risk management. Oh, okay. I'd be worried of like a pre-SLD pump. But if you're only holding till Friday, I don't know. I guess it could be worthwhile. You're close enough to the money. I did something different for SLD. I mean, you're betting on the call positioning here, fully capitulating by tomorrow, and I mean, like we don't know what the PPI data is yet, so it's a little risky, but maybe. What about like reducing the number of contracts and picking up like a shorter dated, like out of the money call to hold overnight, in case PPI fucking burns you? I really don't like not having some neutral positioning right now. The market's way too fucking crazy. This is kind of like the lead into Feb. This is a lot like the lead into Feb SLD, where we get these like massive like 80 BPS drops and then 80 BPS pumps. Like if you guys remember that, like back here, this fucking period where we had like CPI and then PPI, and then we finally had SLD. This shit was fucking crazy. We were going up like 100 and down 100 BPS like twice a day. This one's not as volatile, which makes me think that the drop off that follows this will be more dramatic. But yeah, the bulls aren't really pushing as hard here as they were back in Feb. At least not in the upper range. Like they really tried to get the maximum profits back here, right? Like you can just see it in the like upside volatility range. Like after all of these drops, right, we bounced back so hard. And like this time, you know, it's much more muted. Like we had this drop and then, you know, this morning's they're it's much calmer. Well, yeah, because you have a lot more consolidation in the upper range than we had back here. So this, this kind of price action makes it very hard for concentrated positions to be built in either direction, right? Because it's so violent. So it's very hard to like leverage into a really structured put position when the price is fucking doing crazy shit like this. But when the price is, relatively calm like we've had here, it's much easier to build like big positioning, right? Because you can just keep buying and buying and buying and buying and buying. Is this the most difficult market you've traded macro wise? Um, trading was harder before like 2020. Like the time I spent trading before 2020 was way more difficult than it is now. I don't know if that's just a factor of like experience or just like I think a large part of it was the market back then. Strategies and the macro environment change and shift around, but that was like a bull market, right? It was just you kind of had to play like the like long trades. You like buy calls, at open, expecting something to go up, and it would go up, but it just like wouldn't go up enough all day. Like everything, it would just be up like 0.3% a day, and you'd have to buy like more theta and like roll your call out. And then you just like wait like weeks for a fucking call to print. Volatility was a lot lower. So things were actually kind of like less exciting. VIX is at like 13. I mean, once I learned how to make money off of that, it was fine. But, I went from like paper trading right into the markets, right? And like the strategies I was paper trading at the time were working, but then we had like the little mini crash in like 2018. And then like that's right around the time I started trading real capital when I quit my job. Um and like coming out of that was just dull. It was a really dull market. I had to learn to do things like short strangle and shit, and that I hadn't really practiced prior to that in paper trading. And so getting profitability up and rolling took a little while, but once I did, it was fine. Um, so I don't know. I don't think this market's that hard to trade. It does crazy shit, so I mean the drawdowns can be nuts, but all right, it looks like there's maybe some rugging going on here. I like this. Well, yeah, that was a pretty blatant stop loss hunt on the put side. Minutes out. Now we should see some volume at least. Looks like they just stop loss hunted both ways before letting anything happen. So what indicators let you know that the market was starting to turn around? There was a lot of accumulation starting on a lot of stocks, right? Like big, really obvious accumulation from institutions. And that's when, I started to go long on things. I waited a little longer than most, but let's check out this dot plot. Boop. Blah, 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 blah. Staff review of the economic situation. Information available at this time, the March 21-22 meeting indicated labor market conditions remain tight in Jan and Feb with robust job gains and unemployment rate near historic lows. Consumer price inflation is measured by the 12-month percent change in price index for personal consumption expenditures, PCE, was still elevated in January. Real gross domestic product appeared to be expanding at a modest pace in the first quarter. Although financial market data has shown reactions to developments in the banking sector late in the intermeeting period, there was essentially no economic data available that covered this period. Total non-farm payroll employment increased at a faster monthly pace in January and Feb than in the fourth quarter of last year. The unemployment rate was little changed and stood at 3.6% in February. Over the past 2 months, the unemployment rate for African Americans was unchanged on net, and the unemployment rate for Hispanics moved up. The unemployment rates for both groups remained above the aggregate measure. The aggregate measures of both the labor force participation rate and the employment to population ratio increased slightly. The private sector job openings rate in January, as measured by the Job Openings and Labor Turnover Survey, was little changed on balance since November and remained high. Recent indicators of nominal wage growth had slowed but continued to be elevated. In February, the 3-month change in average hourly earnings for all employees was an annual rate of 3.6%, slower than its 12-month pace of 4.6% over the 4 quarters of 2022. Total labor compensation per hour in the business sector, as measured by the productivity and cost data, increased 4.5%, below its pace in the previous year. Sorry, hold on. My allergies are stuffing me up. Consumer price inflation remained elevated early in the year. Total PCE price inflation was 5.4% over the 12 months ending in January. And core PCE price inflation, which excludes changes in consumer energy prices and many consumer food prices, was 4.7%. The trim mean measure of the 12-month PCE price inflation constructed by the Federal Reserve Bank of Dallas was 4.6% in January. In February, the 12-month change in the Consumer Price Index, CPI, was 6%, and core CPI inflation was 5.5%. The CPI, along with the data from the Producer Price Index, pointed to some slowing in PCE price inflation. In February, the latest survey-based measures of longer-term inflation expectations from the University of Michigan surveys of consumers, the Survey of Professional Forecasters, and the Federal Reserve Bank of New York's survey of consumer expectations remained within the range of their values reported in recent months, while near-term measures of inflation expectations from these surveys moved down. Real GDP growth seemed to be expanding at a modest pace in the first quarter. Gains in consumer spending had picked up in recent months, but growth in business and fixed investment was slowing, and residential investment was continuing to decline. After contracting over the second half of the last year, manufacturing output expanded moderately, on average, over January and February, but near-term indicators, such as national and regional indexes for new orders, pointed to softening factory output in the coming months. The nominal U.S. international trade deficit registered a record high in 2022. The trade deficit had been narrowing since March of last year, but resumed widening in December and January. Real goods imports rose in December and January, led by increases in in imports of consumer goods and automotive products. Real goods exports also increased by less than imports. Indications suggest that foreign economic growth rebounded in the first quarter of 2023 as China reopened rapidly from its COVID-19 related shutdowns, and Europe's economy proved to be resilient to the energy price shock stemming from Russia's war against Ukraine and benefited from a mild winter that reduced energy demand. Manufacturing activity in emerging Asia showed signs of a turnaround from its pronounced slowdown since mid 2022. The recent developments in the banking sector led to some tightening of financial conditions abroad. Oil prices edged down despite China's rapid reopening and implementation of the European Union's embargo on Russian refined oil products. Retail energy inflation continued to slow, contributing to an easing of headline consumer price inflation, as many advanced foreign economies, in in contrast, core inflation has shown little sign of easing in most foreign economies and amid tight labor markets. In response, many foreign central banks continued their monetary policy tightening, although some have either paused or indicated that a pause soon was possible, citing the importance of assessing the cumulative effects of past policy rate increases. Over the first several weeks of this is the staff review of the financial situation. First several weeks of the intermeeting period, incoming economic data and FOMC communications appeared to refocus market participants on upside risks to inflation and policy rates, with the market implied policy rate path steepening, nominal treasury yields rising, near-term inflation compensation measures increasing, and broad stock market price indexes declining. Financial conditions for businesses, households, and municipalities had tightened during this period and were moderately restrictive overall. As borrowing costs increased notably with the affected path of policy rates and treasury yields, and some lenders appeared to be tightening non-price borrowing terms. Nonetheless, lending volumes were generally solid. Credit quality was strong overall, although it worsened a bit for some borrowers. Expectations for future credit quality continued to deteriorate in some markets. Pricing in financial markets changed notably in the latter part of the intermeeting period amid developments in the banking sector. Treasury yields and policy rate expectations moved down significantly, while broad stock price indexes rose somewhat. The market implied policy rate path shifted down sizably, with federal funds rate expected to peak in May before decreasing afterward. Further out, OIS overnight index swap quotes at the end of the intermeeting period indicated that the expected federal funds rate at year-end 2024 was 3.28%, about 50 basis points lower than before the closures of Silicon Valley Bank and Signature Bank, but somewhat higher than at the time of the February FOMC meeting. Treasury yields declined, especially at shorter maturities, reflecting downward revisions in policy rate expectations and the effects of flight to safety. Inflation compensation declined, especially at short maturities, likely reflecting in part a relatively larger decline in risk premiums on nominal Treasury securities relative to Treasury inflation-protected securities due to strong safe haven demand. Late in the intermeeting period, U.S. bank stock prices declined notably. Regional banks with unusually large reliance on uninsured deposits and holdings of securities with significant unrealized mark-to-market losses experienced larger declines in stock prices. Broad equity prices rose somewhat after the closures of Silicon Valley Bank and Signature Bank, reportedly driven by investors' reassessment of the outlook for interest rates, and after the announcement that UBS had agreed to buy Credit Suisse. The VIX 1-month option implied volatility on the S&P 500 increased about 26.5% following the closures of Silicon Valley Bank and Signature Bank, but it subsequently declined to 21%, around the 70th percentile of its historical distribution. Swaption implied volatilities of short-term interest rates increased notably during this period, reflecting increased uncertainty about the interest rate outlook. Some of the pricing moves in asset markets may have been amplified by impaired liquidity conditions, despite deteriorating liquidity conditions in the Treasury, bond, and equity markets. Market functioning remained orderly. Over the intermittent period, foreign financial markets were volatile as investors focus shifted from resilience on economic activity and stubbornly high core inflation across advanced economies earlier in the period to stresses in global banking sector more recently. Earlier in the period, yields and market-based measures of inflation expectations in the AFEs increased notably, driven by spillovers from U.S. Treasury yields as well as upside surprises in economic and inflation data for AFEs. Later in the period, developments in the banking sector led to large declines in advanced economy yields, and on net, AFA yields declined slightly. Additionally, for the intermediate period overall, the staff's dollar index rose moderately. Corporate and emerging market economy sovereign credit spreads widened, and foreign equity indexes generally moved lower, with bank equities falling notably. U.S. unsecured funding markets showed some signs of pressure later in the intermediate period. Issuance of commercial paper and non-negotiable certificates of deposit dropped a touch over the entire period, and the fraction of the CP issuance with overnight maturities increased but remained within normal ranges. Spread term CP and NCDs, that's commercial paper and negotiable certificates of deposit, widened some, and spread for issuers with lower credit ratings rose more. But other unsecured spreads remained within normal ranges. Prime MMFs experienced outflows, while government MMFs had inflows. The effective federal funds rate was little changed after the closure of Silicon Valley Bank and Signature Bank. Amid these developments, federal funds volume initially declined sharply as FHLBs reduced their activity in the federal funds market in order to meet increased demand for advances by member banks. Market volume subsequently rebounded partially. Activity in the repurchase agreement market was robust, and trading volume remained within its recent ranges. On RRP, take-up remained within recent ranges as well. Borrowing costs for businesses, households, and municipalities rose notably higher in the early part of the intermeeting period, mostly in line with increases in the federal funds rate and treasury yields. Since the closure of Silicon Valley Bank and Signature Bank, spreads on corporate bonds, municipal bonds, and leveraged loans rose, with speculative grade corporate bonds registering the largest moves. Spreads remained at a moderate level relative to their historic distributions. Investment grade corporate yields and municipal yields were down moderately, whereas speculative grade corporate yields and leveraged loan yields were up modestly. Mortgage rates were unchanged amid an increase in mortgage backed securities, MBS spreads. Based on the data that do not cover the period following the closures of Silicon Valley and Signature Bank, non-price terms and standard appeared to tighten somewhat in a number of markets. Nevertheless, generally solid funding flows suggest that most firms and households had remained broadly available to access funding. Data on credit conditions following the development in the banking sector were limited. After the two bank closures, issuance of municipal bond and leveraged loans was sluggish, and gross issuance of corporate bonds fell to near zero. Mortgage loans to households remained available. The credit quality of businesses and households was largely stable over the intermeeting period. However, measures of credit performance showed some signs of weakening. Leveraged loan credit quality deteriorated somewhat after the closures of Silicon Valley Bank and Signature Bank. Credit quality of the residential mortgages remained unchanged. Please keep reading until the end of the day. The market is going down. The market is picking up volatility. Ooh. All right. Fed staff projected mild recession starting later in 2023. Let's fucking go. VIX, VIX, VIX. That's the Fed minutes. I read the economic and financial projections. Mild seem like transitory. I don't know. How does one define a mild recession? Last less than a year, I guess. Well, they pushed it up into that upper profitability range. This doesn't look so bullish. So what's interesting is 41.26 is roughly the peak profitability range during this time period. So that means well, it'll either mean we see profit taking on the call side occur here, or we're going to see more call buying come here to leverage up positions. I don't see how the news of a recession, official news of a recession, is bullish, but you never know. Mild recession is in the number of deaths of despair, less than the number of deaths from shootings. Oh, okay. I mean, some of the bond market shit's pretty concerning. Corporate bond interest dropped to 0? That's not a lot of fucking faith in growth in the market, right? Yeah, it's always a mild recession until you're in the middle of it. You pay attention to RSI and SPX on longer time frames at all? Like on the 4-hour, I've been flirting with overbought for a while. I mean, yeah, I'm aware of it. I don't think it's a good measure of how overbought we are, but we are very overbought. There's very little, so on SPX right now, there's very little profitability to the upside. It's one of the reasons I'm so hesitant to buy like the long side of straddles when we close up, because I know if I'm buying straddle, like if I'm buying strikes at like 41.30 or 41.20, the odds of profitability on these are extremely lower, or much lower than what's being priced in. Give me 1 second. Okay. Yeah, everything's fine. Hey, you missed my super chat? It was from Feb of last year. All I heard was short bud on every NASDAQ pump. No. What level of stock wizard are you able to make the market follow the magic lines? Level 4 and higher. What percent pullbacks on SPX have we seen during historical recessions? I'd probably consider a pullback below the average PE of the S&P over 20 years. So like a PE of 18. I think we're trading at like a PE of like 27 right now. From this day onward, the 3060 EMA cross shall henceforth be called the Gert cross, aka the Golden G cross and Death G cross. Many times as this confluence rain monies into thy port. That's alright. Man, hope everything is okay, dude. If you need to, don't worry about us. Your mom comes first. I know. If I need to step away, don't worry, I will. Hey Gurk, I partially YOLO'd into NVIDIA 250 2DTE puts. Am I rich yet? No, probably not. You might just lose all your money. I mean, as someone who currently has open sold puts on NVIDIA at 250, I hope my contracts don't print for you. I guess I could just buy them back at a profit right now. I'll probably wait though. I got plenty of wiggle room. So I've been selling like straddles on NVIDIA or strangles on NVIDIA. Uh, since earnings, kind of like this. So like when this hit, I sold like the like right where Gamma Max was, which I think was actually it was just like right up here at the time. Um, and then I sold puts like down here, and then I did it again at this level, and then I've done it all through here. As well. So I think this is like my 5th set of puts, like or well short strangles. Oh, hello. All hail 4126. How much DT on those NVIDIA strangles weeklies? I've been selling them the week in advance for the predicted range of the next week, and then adding to them at the lows and highs during the week. If that makes sense. Did you do this? Whoops. No. Chances of a healthy 15% pullback tomorrow. I would prefer, for a really healthy market under like a nice short recession, I think the SPX would really love to see a pullback to like a PE of 18. So 2,800 before quarter one earnings, obviously, with an additional pullback possible of like another 200 BPS after that, 300 BPS after that. Many would consider that a crash, not a healthy pullback. Healthy pullback. Speculation. As a speculator, I can say that speculation has run rampant for far too long. I don't think we'll actually get that. The markets are never that rational, but we should get that. I think a lot of people are already full port puts. What's your PT for end of day SPY? I have no idea. I mean, we could fall to gamma neutral, which the fast is at like we're now below the long term gamma neutral officially. The next is like the fast gamma neutral, which is down at 40.9275. If we fall below that, I mean delta neutral 40.75. After that, there's nothing to stop the downside momentum. I mean, market maker gamma's gonna flip net negative, right? So 4100, 40.9275, 40.80, 40.75. Well, 40.74. Futures selling off too. Yep, futures just bouncing on they're bouncing on that standard deviation from VWAP right here again. Me yesterday, picking Soxix was dumb. Me today, I'm a genius. I want to hear Buffett blaming Diamond. That's my take profit signal. They got my stop. Too close on a drop that fast. Why would a 1.5 standard deviation of VWAP serve as support? It's actually 1.25. When we have big downs instead of bird, do we go re? It's always nice. Premium jumped $3 and got me. That sucks. Sorry to hear that. Closed out at 230% on that put. Gracias. Congratulations, man. You know, Buffett says a lot of stupid shit. He really does. And like makes up a lot of rules that he doesn't follow himself. But one thing he has always been right about is the stock market is a device for transferring wealth from the impatient to the patient. Yellen just started speaking. Man, we're really getting loaded up today. I'm only up 300% on my 0 DTE puts. It needs to drop more before she opens her fucking trap. I'm gapped over my 15% stop limit. Still came out ahead though. Some advice when playing downtrends, just so you guys don't get fucked. When you hit support levels, it tends to bounce back really hard and then stabilize. It makes it harder to play than upside, right? Because upside, you know, you generally consolidate before a move in either direction is determined, right? And so you can set your stop very close. On big downside moves, you have to have far stops. You need to like trail the prior resistance, not the current resistance. One two five seems even sillier. Like I get the standard deviation as a measure of the deviation, but why would someone care about 1.25 standard deviation? Sigma traders, like 60/40 funds who are like swing trading like 1.25 sigma moves over a specific time series. Where did this NVIDIA weekly 250p going to print? I got 5 for the 5K, 21K, 5K joke. Oh, I don't know. I read a story about Buffett where he said if he didn't make $1 million by 30, he would jump off the tallest building in his town. Well, he's still around, so either he nailed it or he was a liar. I'm still on that take profits at 20-40% grind, but I'm a compounding gain simp. Yeah, you are. Can you please clip that? Clip what? I don't even. You clip it. I wish I kept my zero DTs open from this morning, but volatility was too risky. How to ensure I close for profits? Good thing for the long puts. I feel like this isn't done yet. I feel like this is just starting. The town only has 1-story buildings. There's some pretty tall buildings in Omaha. I've spent some time there. Your Huckleberry. Here's $3 towards reading the next report from your yacht. Thank you so much, Huckleberry. I took 234% profits on my zero GTs. Thanks for the help, Girk. I hope your Tinder game MOASSes. You know, lately I've only been matching with girls who are like deep into punk rock, and I don't know why. It's the beard? I don't think so. Because you look like the bassist for a punk band. How dare you? I'm frontman guitar player material, dork. I'm not weird or lanky enough to stand in the shadows of the bass. Because you look like Jack Black from School of Rock. If I don't make millions of dollars this year, I'll jump off my front step. No, don't do it. Yeah, but all of my pictures on my Tinder are like ridiculous memes that people have made of me. Maybe an all rock band from 2015. SPX Power Hour rip or more dip? Let's find out. Well, nope. Things still look bearish as fuck. Futures hung up a little bit. So, I mean, even though SPX looks really bearish, futures are maybe stagnating a little more than that. Interesting. Huh. Three hours ago, we bounced off this resistance hard. What makes you think we won't this time? Well, a lot of the calls that facilitated the bounce off this resistance the last time have closed. Thanks for answering all my questions today. I really appreciate you taking the time with all my messages. Here's to 25-30% stop losses tomorrow. Proceeds to be the flattest day in history. I met a girl on Tinder once, and now I can't get her to leave. I can invite her over if you want, Carl. I mean, you could just ask me directly. If you met the perfect woman and she was all about you, and she said she wouldn't continue dating you if you still had the stream, would you leave us? Define the perfect woman. I don't like being told what to do. She sounds imperfect. Yeah, but she always comes back here. Well, I mean, I need my couch for guests. Do you pay any attention to big weather events globally in regards to market expectations? Big sandstorms heading for China. If that could impact supply chains further. I mean, is anyone in China really going to notice? Their air quality is already complete shit. Ten hot, 4 crazy. Ooh. Maybe. Jerome Powell in a... Okay, no, hold on. If it's Jerome Powell in a summer dress, you guys can get fucked. Your obsession with Rachel McAdams will never cease to amaze me, Turdferg. I used to work for a hard drive company. We sent our drives to a facility in China to endure environmental tests. The drives were returned and PCB and copper material was eaten through. Healthy. Don't the bulls know if they just let it drop for a few weeks, they can get a better deal? No. They're just worried about running faster than the bull next to them. You think this consolidation is going to break up or down? I think it's going to break down. I'd do unspeakable things that would put a man in jail in most countries. I know, but like, Isla Fisher is so much hotter in that movie than Rachel McAdams. The most alarming part of the test was that they pumped outside air into the rack server facility. I can't believe people just walking around breathing that in. Yeah, well, I mean, they wear masks. The Notebook? Expect any Baba downs. I mean, I have puts on Baba. It's been going down. It's down like 6% today. One of these days you'll watch Battlestar Galactica and remember me. I probably won't. I mean, I haven't watched it so far, and it's been, like 20 years. All hot girls have tummy problems? The fuck are you talking about? Like GERD? Or like, it's true? I don't understand this. IBS? That's a bowel problem, not a tummy problem. You've moved further down into the digestive tract. Is that like the universe's karma for being too attractive? You just do big shits? Don't start with the colostomy bags. Trash will be in here in a heartbeat. When I've been on dates with girls and they're like, I can't eat gluten, I just assumed they were assholes. Not like they actually had Crohn's disease, because it's still shockingly rare. Celiac, sorry. Yeah, celiac disease. You're right, it is. Crohn's is the one where you shit your pants, right? Do these periods of distribution normally need a mild recession trigger or some other macro stuff to get started? Is it just a Mexican standoff otherwise? Racist. You guys even you're British. You don't even. Why not a Scottish standoff or a Northern Ireland standoff? You guys have been in one of those for a while. Crohn's is one of the one is the one where you get severe inflammation of the small intestine. Sometimes causes fistula. Ugh. My tattoo artist is pretty cute. Last session, she made me listen to an astrology podcast with her, and it took everything in me not to sigh and say, "Yep, checks out." Uh, the things we do for love, like a Battle of Hastings standoff. Well, now we're just getting back to racist if we're gonna start bringing up Mel Gibson, right? My girlfriend is gluten free, and it's a freaking nightmare. Is she like? Does she have celiac disease? Or is she just an asshole? I can eat gluten all fucking day. I'm fine. You don't need crones to soil your pants. You can just do it anyway. True. But if you get caught, you should at least say you have crones, right? Gluten tastes pretty good for something we're not supposed to eat. I know. Bought a 4000p, expiration June 30th. Nice. I have celiacs, Greg. Can you milk me? Will 4100 hold? Who knows? Are bears actually dead? Find out in the next 6 minutes on Clown Firsta Fiesta, Season 8. My fistula is cast iron. Doesn't do too good of a job flipping fish. Oh boy. Any hesitancy to sell CCs on Fubo with the FTDs? I mean, I don't think I have any CCs out on Fubo right now. I have a bunch of like synthetic longs. I wanted to sell some at $1, but then I was like, it's probably not going to dip back under $1 anytime soon. But now it probably will because the market's fucking tanking. But I feel like I missed the window to make 30 cents a share. The thought is that the dishes may not be adequately rinsed and there is detergent residue. That's why you have to use plant-based detergents. So they're the exact same chemical structure, but you feel better about the diarrhea. Too soon to grab a call side of the straddle. Maybe a little. Futures are fighting a little bit for 4130. I don't think SPX has a lot of support here, actually. I think things are still getting more bearish. Yeah. Things still getting more bearish, but small recoveries, right? These little bounce backs can be annoying. The problem with them is if they get too much momentum, then the call side can push against the, profit taking, and then you get like a little run, and you gotta wait for the fucking run to break down. Then it's like a whole thing, right? Ahem, 33 cents, good sir. I'm sorry. I use marinara to wash my dishes. Smart. It's acidic. Maybe Potato Tom's got onto something here. So what we've really figured out, if we piece all this together, is that hot girls are drinking too much or eating too much detergent. Hot people, not even just women, just hot people in general. Huh. The big picture is mind-blowing. Y'all need Jesus? No, we don't. What's the end of the day shirt off looking like? Not happening. Noted. And I will hold you to that in due course, Celtic Mako. Can we get some more likes for the fun times, please? Yeah, like the fucking stream, people. Stop hate watching. More people should be here to witness my glory. Jimmy, same like straight line? No, definitely down on the day. Just slowly. Remember, they're going to cover arbitrage into any active fund sell-offs. I'm just here for Girk's ego. What if we weren't hate watching, but just watching? Interesting. Can we get the bear song, please? You know damn well we can't yet, dork. Heart spam in chat for watching watchers, please. Hey, what do you call a bunch of countries with military equipment and resources in a war? A proxy war? Power hour.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff. Are there any fucking calls left on this? There's still some call interest at 4110. Looks like they got fucked. Put interest at 4100s going up. 40.95. It'd be cool if we crossed 40.97.50. Bull trap inside of a bear trap? Oh shit. Trapception? I mean, NVIDIA puts dead. Probably. I assume they expire Friday, because, well, it's you. I almost bought some calls coming out of that inverse H&S, but held off. Smart, because it's a terrible signal to trade. No, they expired in March, and apparently it's already April. I thought you got paid in April. Oh, you had to give all your money to the IRS. Those are like spy options. I keep losing my money, and the price keeps staying the same. NVIDIA IV30 is horrid. Citadel Susquehanna way too greedy. They're leaving no meat on the bones for us. Yeah. It really should be higher given the price movement over the last like 2 months. Month. Believe it or not, still bearish. Hey Gork, where did you learn all the percentages for the chart patterns? Backtesting them? It wasn't in TA. Yeah, it's not. You need to backtest them, and you should do it on your own. Don't try to use like an automated script or anything like that. I just manually backtest them and get the ratios. I think TDA has like a replay feature. But everyone draws them differently, right? So it's better to backtest your own like analysis. You ever take a lunch 3 hour instead of just a lunch hour and then realize how boring the middle of the day is? Yes. If hot people ingest detergent, then shouldn't one eat pho to get hot? Ah, because dishwater? Maybe. Sold my SPX calls this morning, but still hanging on to the put side of my weekly straddle. Well, more specifically, I'm hanging on to the put side of the straddle that I bought last Friday. But that happens sometimes. How's the OI stacking for calls in this area? Doesn't look like there's a lot of bulls around today. Hey, Greg, some dude came to my home last night to test my wife's back. She was moaning all night. Is that what back testing is? Yeah, that's. Was he a certified chiropractor? That's how you trade pasts? Remember that part where I said still bearish? Right? Now we're below the gamma flip point. Ooh. They need to be certified? No, not really. They're chiropractors. Chances we hit 40, 50 before end of day. That'd be cool as hell. So my 40-10 calls at 412 this morning, riding my 408 puts. Nice, I think.
Oh shit. Did I just get stopped out on? What the fuck? It didn't even pull back. I just got stopped out immediately. That was ridiculous. Nah, it's fine, whatever. Save some downside for the rest of us tomorrow. Fed says mild recession, so deep recession, right? Probably, yeah. They stream sniped you? I know. That was actually bullshit. Like the fucking mid was at like $16 and I got filled at 15. Like my stop got hit at 15, but the fucking candle didn't even go there. That's just cheating. I should have averaged down this 4000p harder this morning. Did you average yours down? I bought a couple more. Mostly I was focused on picking up like May 19s. I picked up some 4000s and some 3950s. That's it. I believe that's what they call best execution. Was this the prediction you made when you said 0 DT bulls would eventually get burned hard? That happened last night. Gherkin, I'm gonna hold these into close out of respect for your fallen put. Thanks, man. I mean, it was like 500 or 600% gains. It's okay. I'll, I'll be all right. Still bearish, but I think we might find some support soon. Maybe around like 4080. Call side profitability is now down to 0.556%. Ooh, getting close. It's about $2 away still.
We didn't get any more 0 DTs? Nah. I've still got a few of the 4110s left, so I'll just see where those end up. I set a little wider stops on them, but where's your downside short put on NVIDIA? 250 into Friday. I can close it still. I mean, they're. I sold them at our low for the week, so and theta decay is pretty much eating them alive. I'll probably close them out before the end of the day, just in case we do something crazy tomorrow. I missed the whole day. Can you give me a quick TLDW? Big pump in the morning on nothing, on bearish CPI data. Started picking up a bunch of the out of the money call positioning. Out of the money call positioning started collapsing in the early part of the day. Then there was another rally. The out of the money call positioning collapsed yet again into the Fed data, which indicated a chance of a mild recession in 2023. And that triggered full bear mode. And the rest of the call positioning collapsed and is still collapsing. I bought a 409 spy put at 11.15, rode that bad boy all the way until now, taking 50% profits. Nice, man. I closed both legs of my straddle from yesterday for a profit, opened a couple more positions, and closed them for more profit. Nice, man. That's fucking awesome. Congratulations, guys. I still have one straddle leg left open. From last Friday at 40.80. That's the only one I have left. But if we close near there, I want to use it as a strangle for tomorrow. Or a straddle for tomorrow. So I kind of want to wait until the very end of the day to reposition. So severe recession incoming, probably. With chances of recession on the radar, what would PPI have to look like tomorrow to make the market pump? No one gives a shit about PPI. It's like the Dow. It's for boomers. Honestly, PPI will probably be good tomorrow, and we'll probably close the week, relatively in the upper 4,000 range. But between now and that report, there's a lot of uncertainty and fear and bearishness and talk of recession. So we'll see. Gnashing of teeth. Ugh. Bearishness on the 1 minute is beginning to dwindle. We have found some support At 30.90, it looks like a little bit. It could get worse again, but right now it looks like it's diminishing a bit. So this is where we may see. Remember that call side now needs to enter neutral positioning for PPI. So there's call buyers somewhere in here towards the end of the day. So all the calls got blown out, right? All the calls were between 41.10 and 41.25. So these got fucking murdered. So now we're down here at 40.90, where there's already puts, right? But someone needs to come in and buy calls. And that call buying and delta neutral positioning are probably going to flatten out a lot of price movement into the end of the day as we lose momentum here. Unless we get another big push down. Now what can happen is everyone like gets into those neutral straddles on the call side, right? Like say they buy like the 40.90, 40.95, right? And the market starts rallying into the calls. And then someone can sell off a bunch of futures and crush those positions and then force them to straddle lower. So they have to sell these off, pushing puts deeper into the money. And then they have to they'll have to reposition at like 40.75 or something. Let's do that. That'd be cool. Yeah. Can you talk about Bud stock from a technical standpoint and where you think it's likely trending end of week? I'm just waiting for people to finish shorting it so I can buy the fuck out of it. Maybe it moves back down to the $60 range. Looks like it can move to like 62, 58 on the low end. Definitely still trending down, but volume's diminishing, so it may not have a lot more days of downside left. That's why I think like 61.30 or 62.15 is probably kind of the end of that sell-off. It's almost like people who really care about what Bud Light puts on their cans don't really have a lot of money. Yeah, that's why I'm waiting to straddle. Because I have 40.80 puts open for 421. And if the market takes another dump down, right? Then I can use this to buy my calls. And then I already have the puts in place, right? So I get to use that same short leg twice to straddle, which is awesome. As an alcoholic, I'm personally attacked by that. I see. Yeah, that would still fall in line with my end of week market projections. Could we see 4,000 on bearish bank earnings? It's possible.
I don't think people realize how much of their customer base they alienated to try to include others. Their forward guidance is based on projected sales, and this just fucked that. I mean, do you really want those customers though? Like people who just can't tolerate the existence of other people? Like what a shitty place to be in your life where you like you actually give a fuck what other people do with their lives. I'm sure their profits will be fine. Do people not get that Anheuser-Busch makes a lot of the alcohol in the market? Like a lot more than just Bud Light? Yeah. The video touch 262 possible? I don't think it's going to happen today. Close, though. Might put the fear of God into some people who bought it at 280. Baba negative beta? No. They make the most popular drinks on the planet out of rice and stuff they find lying around. Their profits are secured, yeah. Is this the pump then crush the straddles you spoke about? We'll see. I don't know if this is call buying at 40.90 or if this is it could be either one, right? It's really hard to tell at this point in the day. It could be call buying at 40.90. It could also just be put capitulation at 40.90. I mean, shit still looks pretty fucking bearish, so I kind of want to go with this as call buyers trying to move into a position into the end of the day. But then if we drop below 40.85, they're gonna get fucking blown up. Yeah, this is one of those days where you really want to wait. You really want to wait to enter straddles, which is a bitch because it can be hard to enter them favorably at the end of the day. But the chance of just getting fucking wrecked is rough. You end up like heavily skewed to one side of the straddle, and then you don't get enough movement tomorrow, and then it really sucks. You'd never make it as mayor of Chicago. You're too sensible and reasonable. Damn. Make sure to encourage Bobby holders to vote yes for the board's recommendation. Diluting the stock is the fastest way to DRS the float and ensure MOASS. I agree. Doesn't a reverse split trigger the warrants that they sold? Like if they reverse split it enough? I mean, they've got to do a lot. They're going to have to do like a big fat reverse split. But if they do a big fat reverse split, 120 to 1 or something. Bobby holders are actually insane.
Nice salty shawarma. Well done. Bobby is 10 or 20x? That's not gonna be enough. They're gonna be like right back to delisting warning in like fucking 5 weeks. Why market tank? News? Some news. Also, all the people buying calls sold them. The Bears ran away. Or the Bulls. Well, the Bears ran away with the Bulls' money. How the fuck do you have 5 shares of Bobby? It's 28 cents. Yeah, but they'll have fresh bag holders at $6, I guess. How's the VIX not over 20? You mean 5 moon tickets? Who's Bobby equivalent of 5 shares Greg? I don't know. That guy buying 10,000 50-cent calls. Right before they blow up the options chain. I wonder if all the Bobby holders know that all their calls are going to get destroyed when the stock reverse splits. Actually, I hope they own so much of that shitty stock that they vote no on the reverse split and it gets delisted. And I'll never have to talk about it again. Which will also blow up the options chain. Both options blow up the options chain. So many $5 leaps purchased with nowhere to go. Imagine holding a $5 leap, but it's only for 20 shares. Oh, wait, no, sorry. 5 shares. Well, I guess it depends which ones they do, but Bobby leaps same like Magic Bean. There are 2,600 directly registered Bobby shareholders. Jesus fucking Christ. You're just gaslighting Bobby holders. They're gonna stick even harder to the play with that attitude. I mean, they're already beyond salvation, right? I warned everybody to get the fuck out when Cohen did. Again and again and again. Through all the shitty Bobby DD. I kept telling them. And they'd be like, hey, Girk, what about Bobby now, huh? And I'm like, no, it's still gonna die. How many times does a company have to write bankruptcy warnings in its fucking earnings report before people listen? Say, hey guys, so we didn't make any money this quarter. We spent a bunch of money we don't have, and we can't pay our debt. But just to warn you, we're really likely to go bankrupt. And then Bobby holders are like, woo, buy more. Listen, if you're ever invested in a company, and its CFO flings himself out of a building, sell. Don't think, just sell. It's not too soon. It's a huge red flag. Yeah, if the CEO or the CFO disappear or off themselves, you're holding bags. Short Destroyer said you were pumping it. That guy's a fucking retard. You and I both know that Kenny had him thrown out of that window. I don't know what you're talking about. You know what? Short Destroyer has still not answered me when I asked him very specifically where on the shorts he destroyed them. Like if he's Short Destroyer, and this is the most attention I'm ever going to give him, but the shorts and GME are still there. Has he destroyed a short? You can't. Both of these statements can't be true. Like either he's not a short destroyer, or he's successfully destroyed the shorts. Maybe he just shits his pants. Yeah, that's possible. Maybe dipshits on the internet who don't know fuck all about anything shouldn't be advising people to bag hold companies that they're losing money in. So now, guys, just if you DRS MOASS, then they'll know who owns the shares, and then they'll give us all their money, all the money in the world, and it'll just come funnel, and then we can take loans against it, all because we bought that one share of GameStop for $350, fucking jammed it in our purple circle. What a fucking wonderful world to live in. I wish I had an imagination like that. You know? That's bullish as fuck, right? Imagine your grandkids living in their mansion, swimming in their infinity pools, eating the finest meals, wearing the finest clothes, trips on the summer yacht, all because you bought one share of GameStop at $300. And DRS'd it to prove it was yours. Kenny can't borrow it. Where's he going to short? How's he going to short? Not from the infinite pools of liquidity made available legally by the SEC and ETFs and liquidity providers. Never them. How do you determine the position of your straddles held overnight? Well, I buy them at the money. That's what makes them a straddle.
But he said NFA. Moron. Sunk cost fallacy and poor cost benefit analysis. It's just denialism at this point. GME had higher free cash flow in 2020 before Ryan Cohen took over the company by $12 million, which that doesn't seem like a lot until you remember that our current free cash flow is $52 million. GME's like return on equity is like negative 26%. Their net margins are garbage. They've got a lot of fucking work to do, and they're going to dilute the fuck out of all of those people hodling in order to get the capital to grow. Why? Because Ryan Cohen's got taxes on a fucking $1 billion, his goddamn multi-million dollar Florida estate to pay, and then whatever other fucking houses he has, and private jet flights, and orthodontics for his fucking 4 children or whatever he's got. He's got to pay for surgery on that little rat dog. And that's why he's going to go get money from people to grow his company. Because he's got fucking bills too. And that's why I own GameStop, because he needs to grow it. There's no reason, there's no encouragement of DRS numbers. They're materially relevant accounting. That's it. This shareholder has X number of shares. Hey guys, before you invest in our company, let us tell you about the liabilities of investing in it. We have a giant cargo cult chasing us around and sticking all of our liquidity into a fucking transfer agent. You have to warn future potential shareholders about that. That's the law. Otherwise, they can sue you. They could, you know, someone comes in and they buy like 5 million shares of GameStop, and then they find out your investor class is insane. Right? And then, you know, then they sue the fuck out of you. Excuse me, sir. My shares of generational wealth were purchased in 383. They're of a much superior quality and feel. It's a lovely thread count. Such a shill. Unbelievable. I know. Oh, how I love moments we get to experience together. Thanks for keeping us grounded. And fuck the pores. Thanks, Mr. Little Pickle. Kenny's the best. Kenny made us all money on GameStop. All the money you've made on GameStop, thanks to Kenny and Melvin. Why aren't they the heroes of this story? I'll say it if no one else will. Thanks. Thanks, Melvin. Gabe. Thanks for placketing your shorts all over GameStop and making me a bunch of fucking money. You glorious bastard. You blew up the ports of hundreds of millionaires in order to put tendies in my bank account. The hedgies are the best. Kyle Lovell, congratulations on un-DRSing your shares. You've lost all your shareholder rights. Now people are going to come in, they're going to borrow your shares, and they're going to use them to short the stock you love. And they're going to hurt it. They're going to hurt it bad. But you know what? While they're doing that, now you're able to sell covered calls and make money while they do it, instead of just sitting there and bemoaning your fate. Gurk, you're my tenderoni. Thanks, Kendra. That's the nicest thing you've ever said. And one of the least creepy. Don't stop ranting against Jimmy. My puts will be in the money soon. One second. Clip rant plus. What did you say, Gurks Bidet? Well, I just spray your face hole for having to say DRS more than 5 times in 10 minutes. Fuck the pores and their unclean purple ring buttholes. Thank you so much. Tenderoni for his slender bony. Can someone please exercise my 1550 upstart CCs? Man, no one's exercising mine anymore either. It's almost like they don't need the liquidity now. Do you think PBI comes in cool tomorrow? If it does, do you think that would change anything on the long-term bear thesis? No. Rance is having a meltdown right now about BBBY. Who gives a fuck? Does that guy still live in his car? Not that there's anything wrong with your living in your car, but he's also crazy. So that clip is going to the top of RSS. I hope so. If you live to be 100, I hope I live to be 100 minus 1 day, so that I never have to live a day without you. Pooh. Thank you so much, Ben. I appreciate it. We still have 5 minutes for the call buyers to get blown up at 40.90.
Or I have 6 minutes to buy a call at 40.90. He lives in his car's car. I reposition my calls and puts throughout the day, taking profits and setting myself up for another green day tomorrow, regardless of the price action tomorrow. Thank you for what you do. You're welcome, man. He owns a car. I don't know. Maybe he rents it. I have 15 cc's out on Upstart for April 21, and none have been exercised. Ooh, haha, I knew it. I knew they were going to try to fuck him over. Now I gotta chase this shit. Bears are mean. Love it. Look at him just fucking smashing the bid. Don't forget your NVIDIA CSPs. Oh, yeah. Thank you. Wouldn't that assume you and Ben are the same age? Semantics. Got stopped out of my 0 DT puts at that 40.95 test. Sigh. Only 250%. Oh no. Advice on holding some Lotto 405p overnight. Think we see any large moves, or should I wait for the data tomorrow and play after? It's up to you. There's definitely some risk there. 450 is a pretty, I mean, it's a very significant level to the downside. We may not see it this week. That'd be cool, Celtic. What video game could possibly be better than this? I don't know. Today was definitely the best day we've had in a while. Lots of great insight. Thanks, Potato Tom. Man, I hope to trade a 250% contract tomorrow. I'm feeling really good about it. Do you think CSPs on FRC is too frisky? Yeah. I think it's, I mean, it's or risky. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of risk with the regional banks. I'm selling CSPs on them, and yes, it's very nice, but I would be very cautious and do your research. And I don't particularly like the way FRC's balance sheet looks, even if they are getting propped up by bigger banks. Gherkin, Watkins told me to tell you that the GME rant was one of the most exquisite things he'd ever heard. Thanks to Continental. And by that I mean Walken. Gurk, to pull out a clean pickle when doing backdoor stuff, you always need to tickle the receiver before you pull out, right? Alternatively, clean before you go in. Hey, Gurk, thoughts on MU $60 puts with 2 months of theta?
a bit aggressive. I don't know what it's trading at right now, actually. What's it trading at? Water bucket. Paint me a picture when NVIDIA opens below GN and still opens with a gap down. I will not. Thanks, Robin, your hood. Put some Rain-X on the shaft. You'll always come out clean. There's some great advice. Oh, okay. That doesn't seem so bad then. I thought it was at like 80 for some reason. Ding ding. The day is done. Well, that was a fun end of the day, right? I got to fire off a nice rant there. GME down 1.9% today, taking advantage of some of that market-wide sell-off in order to shed some of that negative arbitrage that's been carrying for the last couple of weeks. NVIDIA closing just $3 above its gamma neutral point, which is now declining. That's generally bearish. It means further out of the money puts are being bought and they're dragging the neutral point down. VIX up above 19 for the close today. I mean, frankly, it should be at like 21 after the drop we saw in fucking SPX, but alas, it is not. And we have PPI data tomorrow morning. I don't really have any predictions on it. I think it will come in reasonably within analyst expectations. You know, since the supply shock, no one's really given a shit. I do think that we will see increased PPI next month with oil moving up. FSLR looks fine. I was considering picking up some shorter dated puts on it later this week, but I may have missed the opportunity with today's drop. Yeah, I kind of pulled back into a range where I really don't want to buy more puts. Earlier today I was talking about maybe picking up some if it hit 40.15 around 205. I mean, that opportunity's still there, but it's a little riskier and more expensive now. I'll probably continue to buy my like farther dated like June and September puts around the 200 and 190 ranges. Actually have some for 180 in September as well. So yeah, I'm gonna stick with those, but I'm probably not gonna target anything nearer dated or closer to the money. At least not right now. Not that I don't think they can print. It's just I don't want to overpay for them. And Baba fell off 6% today for anybody who's still in that. The next major resistance to the downside is at $90.11, followed by 88.01. You know, just be careful with your stops, but give yourself some breathing room. Baba can get pretty volatile as it drops. I think that's about it for today. Thank you guys so much for tuning in, and I'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning. Have a great night, guys.